Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, as our beloved brother stated, we would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 50, please. That is Psalms 50. 50. It reads, the mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, have spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Elohim have shined. Our Elohim shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness. For Elohim is judge himself, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Elohim, even thy Elohim. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or for thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thine house, nor he-goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I will not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto Elohim thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked Elohim saith, what shalt thou do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee? When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thy own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright, I will shew the salvation of Elohim. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As our dear brother stated, we would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 76, please. That is Psalms 7:6. 7:6. It reads, in Yehuda, Elohim is known. It says, in Yehuda is Elohim known. His name is great in Israel. In Salam also is his tabernacle, and his dwelling place in Zion. There break he the arrows of the bow, the shield and the sword and the battle. Selah. Thou art more glorious and excellent than the mountains of prey. The stout-hearted are spoiled. They have slept their sleep, and none of the men of might have found their hands. At thy rebuke, O Elohim of Yaakov, both the chariot and horse are cast into a deep sleep. Thou, even thou, art to be feared, and who may stand in thy sight when once thou art angry? Thou didst cause judgment to be heard from heaven. The earth feared and was still. Elohim arose to judgment, to save all the meek of the earth. Selah. Surely the wrath of man shall praise thee. The remainder of wrath shalt thou restrain. Vow and pay unto Yahweh your Elohim. Let all that be round about him bring presents unto him that ought to be feared. He shall cut off the spirit of princes. He is terrible to the kings of the earth. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Hallelujah and shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called Plagues and Vows. Is the way of Yahweh equal? We will deal with these holy statutes that we find in the volume of our Holy Scripture. And we will also learn about these holy statutes that Yahweh gave into his children under the covenant of the law. And in explaining these holy statutes, the question will be asked and answered, is the way of Yahweh equal? We will start this great presentation out by way of warning with Proverbs. And before we do, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. Also, we would like to ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. At this time, please get yourself a pen and a piece of paper and in Holy Scripture where you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will bring forth this day. Again, I will start this presentation out by words of warning, by reading from the book of Proverbs, and then we'll get right into this great presentation. So let's start by us all turning our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 13th chapter. Proverbs, the 13th chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 13th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And let's start at the 13th verse. Proverbs, the 13th chapter, the 13th verse. And it reads, whoso despise the word shall be destroyed. But he that fear the commandment shall be rewarded. And this is speaking about any commandment. He that fear the commandment shall be rewarded. The law of the wise is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. Thus, we are dealing with two statutes today. And those statutes denote plagues, like you pledge allegiance, and vows. It continues to tell us in the 13th chapter of Proverbs, again in the 14th verse, the law of the wise is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. Thus, these two statutes are known to be called the statutes of life. The 15th verse reads, good understanding gives favor, but the way of transgressors is hard. Every prudent man deals with knowledge, but a fool lays open his folly. A wicked messenger falleth into mischief, but a faithful ambassador is health. Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuse instruction, but he that regard reproof shall be honored. The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul, like fulfilling thy vows, but it is an abomination to fools to depart from evil. He that walk with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Evil pursue sinners, but to the righteous good shall be repaid. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. Much food in the tillage of the poor, but there is that is destroyed for want of judgment. He that spared a rod hated his son, but he that loves him chastise him betimes. The righteous eat to the satisfying of his soul, but the belly of the wicked shall want. It also tells us, by way of warning, in the book of Proverbs, if we take a look at the 20th chapter, Proverbs 20, and it tells us in Proverbs 20, if we pick up at the 16th verse, these great words, and it reads, I'll start at the 15th verse, and it reads, there is gold and a multitude of rubies, but the lips of knowledge are a precious jewel. Take his garment that is surety for a stranger, and take a pledge of him for a strange woman. Bread of deceit is sweet to a man, but afterwards his mouth shall be filled with gravel. Every purpose is established by counsel, and with good advice make war. He that goes about as a talebearer reveals secrets. Therefore meddle not with him that flatters with his lips. Whoso curse his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in assured darkness. An inheritance may be gotten hastily at the beginning, but the end thereof shall not be blessed. Say not I will recompense evil, but wait on Yahweh, and he shall save thee. Devour weights are an abomination unto Yahweh, and a false balance is not good. Man's goings are of Yahweh. How can a man then understand his own way? It is a snare to the man who devour that which is holy, and after vows to make inquiry. And please take note of this 25th verse, because this 25th verse has a lot to do with what we're going to display today. For many times we speak unadvisedly. We say things out of our mouths that we are not men and women enough to stand up for. I hear many times that people say they stand on it. They stand 10 toes down. Well, all this lesson is going to allow us to know is that the Almighty is telling his sons and daughters to be men and women of their word. It is honorable to be a man or a woman of thy word, even if thy word be spoken unadvisedly. The Almighty still allows one to receive honor when they are a man or woman to their word. As we know, wisdom even addresses the fool. And it tells us about the fool that he is even wise, or she, when they keep their mouth shut. So it is better to not vow than to vow and not pay. Thus, again, the 25th verse tells us it is a snare to the man who devour that which is holy, and after vows to make inquiry. A wise king scatters the wicked and brings the wheel over them. The spirit of man is the candle of Yahweh, searching all the inward parts of the belly. Mercy and truth preserves the king, and his throne is upholden by mercy. The glory of young men is their strength, and the beauty of old men is the gray hair. The blueness of a wound cleanse away evil. So do stripes, the inward part of the belly. And one more place I would love to go in closing, and warning Israel to lend an ear that they may hear, and that they may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The last place we will go to is Proverbs, the 22nd chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs 22, if we pick up at the 4th verse, and we will read to the 7th verse, and it reads, Proverbs 22, verse 4. By humility and the fear of Yahweh are riches and honor and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the forward. He that does keep his soul shall be far from them, and that is thorns and snares. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. And please take note of this last verse, the 7th verse, and it reads, the rich rules over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. Well, we're going to read and study these great statutes to show that the borrower should not be a servant to the lender just because he is poor. But we all are to walk in the statutes of life. And when I say we, I'm speaking about our fathers. I'm speaking about the Israelites that were under the covenant of the law. The Almighty wanted them all to walk under the statutes of life. And if they truly walked under the statutes of life, then the poor man or woman, or the woman and man that borrows, would never find themselves being a servant to the lender. Because Yahweh is equal, and Yahweh is righteous all the time. Thus, in opening up this great presentation called Plagues and Vows, is the way of Yahweh equal? We will start by going to the book of Genesis. For in the book of Genesis, we see that the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, had knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of vows and plagues. Thus, let us turn our Holy Scripture to Genesis, the 28th chapter. This is the first place that we see vows is being mentioned. We will deal with the subject matter of vows first, and then we will close with pledge. According to Genesis, the 28th chapter, if we all open up our Holy Scriptures and turn there, please, we will find one of the patriarchs, our father Jacob, making a vow. And this vow is made toward the Creator. 1 second, please. Shalom, Israel. Shalom, Israel. Somebody just called, but they ain't saying nothing. Second, please. as I was stating, speaking about Genesis, the 28th chapter, one of the great patriarchs, which was our father Jacob, we find that he made a vow unto Yahweh. And these vows and pledges are always to be known as sacred. They are to be known as holy. Thus, these vows were made to the Creator. And I will give a greater definition of this after we read Genesis 28. And I would like to start reading Genesis 28. And let's pick up at the 13th verse. Genesis 28, verse 13. And it reads to the 22nd verse. And behold, Yahweh stood above it and said, I am Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, thy father, and the Elohim of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee, and in thy seed, shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goes, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken. Please take note. It starts off that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. But all that Yahweh has spoken, he will do. And he made man in his image, especially the man that he hath chosen for himself. Thus it allows us to know when Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed is made in the image of Elohim, they are to walk in the same attributes of their Creator. And the attribute that I am speaking about is being a man of thy word. As Yahweh is the Elohim of his word, so shall his children be a man or woman of their word. Thus the 16th verse reads, and Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, surely Yahweh is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven. It tells us, and Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pillars and set it up for a pillar and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And note the 20th verse. And Jacob vowed it a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go. Please take note of what came out of the man's mouth, because that which came out of his mouth, his soul is held. Thus it reads, keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then shall Yahweh be my Elohim. So here is a vow being made dealing with possessions. And he said if he did these things, then Yahweh would be his Elohim. And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house. And of all, note the vow, that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. So this is the first vow that we find in the Holy Scriptures. And we note in the 20th verse, it says, and Jacob vowed a vow. What denotes a vow? How did Jacob vow a vow? Saying, if Elohim will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on. The 22nd verse, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Yahweh's house, and of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. So the way that he will have to fulfill his vow is that once Yahweh watched over him, delivered him, made sure he returned to his father's house in peace, made sure that he had bread to eat and raiment to put on, Jacob had to fulfill the vow by making sure that he give a tenth of all that Yahweh has given him into Yahweh. Thus, the question still remains. What does it mean in the 20th verse, and Jacob vowed it a vow? Well, this is a good time to give a definition of vows as before we continue on. And vow is found in your Hebrew concordance under 5087. 5087. And it tells us in 5087, if we take a quick look, and it tells us under 5087, please look it up in your spare time. I would just like to expound on a few words of definition. And we find in 5087, Nadar. Nadar is the Hebrew word for for vow. It is known as a primitive root, and it denotes to promise, positively to do or give something to Elohim. Make a vow. A verb meaning to vow. The verbal concept denotes the making of an all, note, voluntarily promise to give or do something as an expression of consecration, note these vows, or devotion to the service of Yahweh. As I just read in Genesis, the 28th chapter, Jacob vowed it to return a tenth of all that Elohim bestowed upon him, if Yahweh would protect and preserve him on his journey. Also, we have another definition, and it is listed under 5088, and it is called nadur, nadur or nadur, which denotes a promise to Yahweh. It also denotes concrete, a thing promised, vow or vowed it. A masculine noun meaning vow. The word is found 25 times in the Holy Scriptures and basically means a solemn promise. A solemn promise to Yahweh or the thing promised. Several times, please take note, the word refers to the specific words given in a vow. Specifically. The specific words that came out of your mouth. Thus, we have a definition recorded dealing with vows. We also see that according to the 28th chapter of Genesis, that our father Jacob made such a vow. And it also tells us about our father Jacob's vow, and that he made such an honorable statue toward Yahweh. If we take a look at the 31st chapter of Genesis. The 31st chapter of Genesis, the 13th verse. And it allows us to know that Yahweh knows that he made a vow, and that Yahweh acknowledges that his son made a vow. And again, a vow is a very honorable thing. It is something made toward Yahweh. It is sacred and it is consecrated. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 31st chapter, the 13th verse, I am Yahweh of Bethel, where thy anointest the puller, and where thy vowest a vow. The same wording. And to me, now arise, get thee out from this land, and return into the land of thy kindred. So the Almighty is fulfilling his part of the vow. So was Jacob to do the same. And if he did, he was considered an honorable man. For this vow was toward the holy. And Yahweh said, I am holy, therefore thou shalt be holy. And the only way that you can be holy in this instance is to pay thy vows. Thus, we find in chronological order, if we turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of Numbers. The book of Numbers, the 6th chapter. we will see vows being made, not just toward possessions, but dealing with life. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 6th chapter. Numbers, the 6th chapter. And let's start at the very first verse of Numbers, the 6th chapter. For here in Numbers, the 6th chapter, we see the law that is written for vowing, in particular, a Nazarite vow. It tells us in Numbers, the 6th chapter, the very first verse, and it reads to the 21st verse. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when either man or woman shall separate, please take note, separate themselves to vow a vow. As I stated, a vow, and as the definition told us, a vow is done solemnly and voluntarily. It reads in the 3rd verse, he shall separate himself from wine. No, I need to go back. That 2nd verse, the last sentence. To vow a vow of a Nazarite, to separate themselves into Yahweh. He shall separate himself from wine. They that make a vow of a Nazarite. And strong drink. And note, these things deals with his life. And all the days of his vows, or of the days of his separation, are holy. Thus the 3rd verse reads, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. That's part of his vow. And he shall drink no vinegar of wine or vinegar of strong drink. Neither shall he drink any liquor of grapes, nor eat moist grapes or dried. All the days of his separation shall he eat nothing that is made of the vine tree, from the kernels even to the husk. All the days of the vow of his separation, there shall no razor come upon his head until the days be fulfilled, in the which he separated himself into Yahweh. He shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. All the days that he separate himself into Yahweh, he shall come at no dead body. He shall not make himself unclean for his father or for his mother, for his brother or for his sister when they die. Why? It reads, because the consecration, the separation of his Elohim is upon his head. All the days of his separation or consecration, he is holy unto Yahweh. And if any man die very suddenly by him, and he have defiled the head of his separation, then he shall shave his head in the day of his cleansing. On the 7th day shall he shave it. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons to the priest. Please take note. To the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, and make an atonement for him, for that he sinned by the dead, and shall hallow his head that same day. And he shall consecrate unto Yahweh the days of his separation, and shall bring a lamb. Please take note. For the law tells us in Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people shall say, Amen. Thus it tells us, again in the 12th verse, and he shall consecrate unto Yahweh the days of his separation. He shall bring a lamb of the first year for a trespass offering, but the days that were before shall be lost, because his separation was defiled. And this is the law of the Nazarite. When the days of his separation are fulfilled, he shall be brought into the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall offer his offering unto Yahweh. 1 he-lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering, and 1 lamb of the first year without blemish for a sin offering, everything upon his day. And 1 ram without blemish for peace offerings. And a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, and waffles of unleavened bread anointed with oil, and their meat offerings and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before Yahweh, and shall offer his sin offering and his burnt offering. And he shall offer the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahweh, with the basket of unleavened bread. The priest shall offer also his meat offering and his drink offering. And the Nazarite shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall take the hair of the head of his separation and put it in the fire, which is under the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall take the sodden shoulder of the ram, and 1 unleavened cake out of the basket, and 1 unleavened waffle, and shall put them upon the hands of the Nazarite, after the hair of his separation is shaven. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. This is holy for the priest, with the waved beast and heaved shoulder. And after that, not before that, not before all these laws, but after all these laws, the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the law of the Nazarite, who has vowed, and of his offering unto Yahweh for his separation. Besides that his hand shall get, according to the vow which he vowed, so he must do after the law of his separation. So we just read, dealing with vows of life, that a Nazarite could make a vow, and it gives us all the stipulations, the rules, statutes, and commands that one must do to fulfill their vow. And it allows us to know who was used to fulfill one's vow, and it also gave us a geographical location where all the men and women that took on such a consecrated vow was to go to be cleansed and to fulfill their vow. Thus, this little information shall allow us to know that we that have taught out of our mouths that we are Nazarites, that we are vowed, or we can vow to Yahweh today, this one chapter should prove you wrong, because it allows us to know how the vow was made, and the vows were made voluntarily. But it also allows us to know how the vow will be fulfilled. And you had to bring that vow to the house of Elohim. The house of Elohim is not found in your captivity. You had to bring this vow to the priests. And the priests had to bring forth burnt offerings, peace offerings, sin offerings, which there is none to bring forth this day. There is no priest among us that we know of that can show forth a record of genealogy. And even if there was, you still wouldn't find yourself in the dwellings that Yahweh commanded he that made the vow of a Nazarite to appear, and the people that was supposed to be there for you to appear to, which was the priest. So there's no way that we can establish a man nor a woman making and keeping and paying their vows this day. We also find, if we turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel allows us to see in the process of time how a wife I said 1 Samuel. I would love to go to Numbers, the 30th chapter. For we have seen a man making a vow dealing with possessions. We have seen a man or a woman making a vow dealing with their life as a Nazarite. Now we will show where a wife can make vows, or where a wife make vows. And that is found in the same book, the book of Numbers. But let's go to the 30th chapter. Numbers, the 30th chapter. And please take note, as you write these notes down, how and who made vows. It tells us, for it told us in Numbers, the 6th chapter, man or woman. Well, this man and woman can be a husband or a wife. It can be for children. As we just seen, it was also made for possessions from our father Jacob. Well, in Numbers, the 30th chapter, allows us to know under the covenant of the law that women could make vows. And we get the statutes, we have the laws, and we have the testimony of such doings. Thus, let us find ourselves in Numbers, the 30th chapter, and let's start at the very first verse. And we will read to the 16th verse. And it reads, And Moses spake unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. If a man vow a vow unto Yahweh, please take note where the vow was made to, or swear an oath. And please take note of what is being said in the second verse, because these vows also denote one making a promise. They are swearing. They are making an oath. And we can also find this word oath and this word vow with the next subject matter, which is pledge. Thus, it tells us again in the second verse, if a man vow a vow unto Yahweh, or swear an oath to bind, please take note of the words and the definitions of these words, because we will also show that pledge denotes to bind, same as vows. Bind his soul with a bond. He shall not break his word. The Almighty is all about his sons and daughters being men and women of their word, just like their Father. It says, with a bond he shall not break his word, he shall do according to all, not some, not the best he can according to his situation, but all that proceeds out of his mouth. Please take note of this second verse. If a woman also vow a vow unto Yahweh, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, for you have to say it, and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand. But if her father, please take note, disallow her in the day that he hear not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand, and Yahweh shall forgive her. Why? Because her father disallowed her. This is the only stipulation that I have found dealing with a vow, because the Almighty mean what he say, and he say what he mean. And he have already told his children, it is better not to vow than vow and not pay. Thus, it tells us in the 5th verse. But if her father disallow her in the day that he hear not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she had bound her soul, shall stand, and Yahweh shall forgive her because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all an husband, please take note, when she vowed it, or uttered out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, note what a vow is, and her husband hear it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallows her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed it, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of none effect, and Yahweh shall forgive her. So there's 2 ways that one dealing with a woman can be forgiven: for speaking rashly or making a vow that her husband or her father hears. And that is if they disallow it. If they disallow, the wife and the daughter is forgiven. If the father or the husband does not disallow the vow that they heard coming out of their daughter's mouth or their wife's mouth, the wife or daughter is binded by that which bounds her soul, and it shall stand. There is no other way that you can get around it. It continues to tell us in the 9th verse, but every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband hear it, and held his peace at her, and disallow her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband have utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceed out of her lips concerning her vows or concerning the bond of her soul shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and Yahweh shall forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. But if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establish all her vows or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirms them. Why? Because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall any way make them void after that he hath heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are, as I stated earlier, the statutes which Yahweh commanded Moses between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. So we just showed in chronological order vows being first mentioned in Genesis among our father Jacob. Number 6 gave us instructions dealing with a man or a woman vowing their life as a Nazarite. We just showed in Numbers 30 a wife or women vowing. Also, we would like to show, according to the volume of the book, if we take a look at 1 Samuel, the very first chapter, we will show where vows were made even for children. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the first chapter. And please mind you of what you have read thus far. These vows are very vital. These vows are holy. These vows denote a consecration or a separation to Yahweh. And Yahweh have no pleasures in foods. Thus, it tells us in 1 Samuel, the first chapter, and let's pick up at the 11th verse. 1 Samuel, the first chapter, let's start at the 8th verse. 1 Samuel, the first chapter, the 8th verse. And we will read to the 18th verse. Thus it reads. The 8th verse. Then said Elkanah, her husband, to her, Hannah, why weepest thou, and why eatest thou not? And why is thy heart grieved? Am not I better to thee than 10 sons? So Hannah rose up after they had eaten in Shiloh, and after they had drank. Now Eli, the priest, sat upon a seat by a post of the temple of Yahweh. And she was in bitterness of soul, and prayed unto Yahweh and wept sore. Most times when people gave vows, as we have seen thus far, it came by way of prayer. These words had to come out of thy mouth to bind thy soul. Thus it tells us in the last sentence or the 10th verse, and she was in bitterness of soul and prayed unto Yahweh and wept sore. And she vowed it a vow and said, Yahweh of hosts, if thou wilt indeed look upon the affliction of thy handmaid, and remember me, and not forget thy handmaid, but will give into thy handmaid. Please take note what has came out of this woman's mouth. A man child. Then I will give him into Yahweh all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. And as we have read in the book of Numbers, the 6th chapter, the razor came upon their head when they ended the vow. Well, Hannah is saying that no razor shall come upon his head because Hannah is vowing, if the Almighty give her a man child, that she will give the man child into Yahweh all the days of his life. So there is no end of the separation. There is no end of the consecration. Thus, there will be no hair cut off and put into the fire. Please understand what you're reading. We want to know what vows and pledge mean in our Holy Scriptures and what they denote. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 13th verse, in the 12th verse. And it came to pass, as she continued praying before Yahweh, that Eli marked her mouth. He read her lips. He heard her words. He heard her vows. Thus it reads, now Hannah, she speak in her heart. Only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard. Therefore Eli thought she had been drunken. And Eli said unto her, how long wilt thou be drunken? Put away thy wine from thee. And Hannah answered and said, no, my master, I am a woman of a sorrowful spirit. I have drank neither wine nor strong drink, but have poured out my soul before Yahweh. Count not thy handmaid for a daughter of Belial, for out of the abundance of my complaint and grief have I spoken hitherto. Then Eli answered and said, go in peace, and Yahweh of Israel grant thee, note, thy petition that thou hast asked of him. And she said, let thy handmaid find grace in thy sight. So the woman went her way and did eat, and her countenance was no more sad. It tells us, and they rose up in the morning early and worshiped before Yahweh, and returned and came to their house to Ramah, and Elkanah knew Hannah his wife, and Yahweh remembered her petition, remembered her vow. He's answering her vow. Thus it reads in the 20th verse, wherefore it came to pass, when the time was come about after Hannah had conceived, that she bare a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, because I have asked him of Yahweh. And the man Elkanah and all his house went up to offer unto Yahweh the yearly sacrifice and his vows. Note where they had to go to pay or offer or to fulfill your vows. But Hannah went not up, for she said unto her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned, and then I will bring him. And to bring him is to pay thy vows, which thou hast bound thy soul. It says, I will bring him that he may appear before Yahweh and there abide forever. And Elkanah, her husband, said unto her, no, he didn't disallow her vow. He didn't disallow her words. Thus it reads in the 23rd verse, and Elkanah, her husband, said unto her, do what seemed thee good. Tarry until thou hast weaned him. Only Yahweh established his word. So the woman abode and gave her son suck until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her, with 3 bullocks and 1 ephah of flour and a bottle of wine, and brought him into the house of Yahweh in Shiloh, and the child was young. And they slew the bullock and brought the child to Eli, which was the priest. And that is who you appeared to fulfill your vows. And she said, oh, my master, as thy soul lives, my master, I am the woman that stood by thee here, praying unto Yahweh. For this child I prayed, and Yahweh hath given me my petition, or given me my vow, which I asked of him. Therefore, the reason why also I did all that I said I would do. I did all that I vowed. It reads, therefore also I have lent him to Yahweh. As long as he lives, he shall be lent to Yahweh. And he worshiped Yahweh there. So here it allows us to know that even a woman could make a vow, as we've seen in number 6. And these vows that a woman and a man can make can even denote children. For she vowed it to Yahweh that if he would give her a son, and this woman was barren year after year. And this woman asked Yahweh, if you give me a son, I vow to give that son to you forever. And the Almighty answered her prayer. Now, even though she haven't had a child, and now she receives her desire, it is easy for one to say something out of their mouth until they receive it. And once they receive it, they don't want to give it up. Well, this woman was honorable. This woman was virtuous, for she feared the Almighty, and she did what she said. So here is a testimony of Israel, a woman of Israel, vowing and paying. We also see dealing with these vows, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, it allows us to know that these vows could also be a sacrifice, and it also could denote a person, as we just seen. Right now, let's go to Leviticus, the 7th chapter. Leviticus, the 7th chapter. And it tells us in the book of the law, in Leviticus, the 7th chapter, dealing with vows, giving us a greater understanding what is a vow and what could and what could not be vowed. It tells us in the 7th chapter of Leviticus, if we take a look at the 15th verse, the 15th and 16th verse, for it reads, "And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice," please take note, that this sacrifice is that which is vowed. Same way with the tithes. Tithes was vowed in the days of the patriarchs. That's what Jacob uttered out of his mouth. Well, according to the law found in Leviticus, it allows us to know that not only tithes could be vowed, and not only life could be vowed, not only a wife can vow or a daughter, but also children could be vowed, same as we're about to read about this sacrifice. A sacrifice could be vowed also. Thus we read in the 16th verse, "But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow," no, or a voluntary offering, and a vow is done voluntarily, "it shall be eaten the same day that he offered his sacrifice, and on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burnt with fire." The 18th verse reads, "And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all on the 3rd day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed into him that offer it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eat of it shall bear his iniquity." So it allows us to know that dealing with peace offerings, that sacrifices could also be vowed, or they could be known as a voluntary offering. And they are under the rules and regulations of a vow. You say it, you must pay it. Also, we find in the 22nd chapter of Genesis, the 22nd chapter of Leviticus, the 21st verse. Let's take a look there. The 22nd chapter of Leviticus, the 21st verse tells us, in relations to a sacrifice being a vow, it tells us in the 21st verse. I'll read at the 19th verse to the 21st verse, and it reads, ye shall offer at your own will, voluntarily, a male without blemish of the beast of the sheep or of the goats. But whatsoever hath a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. The 21st verse reads, and whosoever offers a sacrifice of peace offering, that's what we just read in the 7th chapter of Leviticus, and to Yahweh, no, to accomplish his vow, to finish, to fulfill his vow, or a free will offering, and bees or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish therein. And it allows us to know other things that it could not. Let me continue to read. The 22nd verse says, blind or broken or maimed. You can't offer, you can't vow anything such in such a profane state. Don't forget, we're dealing with the holy statutes of life that denotes vows and pledges. Thus it says in the 22nd verse, blind or broken or maimed or having a wing or scurvy or scab, ye shall not offer these unto Yahweh, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the altar unto Yahweh, either a bullock or a lamb that have any superficial or lacking in his part, that mayest thy offer for a free will offering. But, please take note, for a vow it shall not be accepted. So it allows us to know, and let me read this last verse, these last two verses. I'll stop at the 25th verse. The 24th verse says, you shall not offer unto Yahweh that which is bruised or crushed, or broken or cut. Neither shall ye offer any offering thereof in your land. So in your land, you were not allowed to offer such an offering. Well, today we find ourselves in enemy land. And all of our presentations is to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between the right and the wrong. And the Almighty is allowing us to know that our fathers were not to allow such an offering to their Creator in their land that was profane. And then it tells us in the 25th verse, for all you that can't make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, dealing with these holy statutes of life, it tells us in the 25th verse, neither from a stranger hand shall ye offer the bread of your Elohim. And we have many brothers that have called themselves making vows and keeping such or certain feast days in the land of their enemies, and they worship their offerings. Excuse me 1 second. Shalom. Shalom. it tells us in the 25th verse, dealing with what I was saying about we offering Yahweh from the hand of the enemy. And I am allowing you to know and making a distinction between the holy and the unholy. And it allows us to know, according to this 25th verse, that we are truly unholy when we try to offer anything to Yahweh by the hand of our enemies, by the hand of the stranger. Thus it reads, neither from a stranger hand shall ye offer the bread of your Elohim, of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them. They shall not be accepted for you. So it allows us to know that a sacrifice is also can be valued, but that sacrifice must be holy. It must be without corruption. And please take note, all of these things were done in your dwellings, in the land that you inherited and possessed, which was called the land of promise. That is the distinction we are making. For all you that does not understand what vows and pledge denotes in our Holy Scriptures. It also tells us, if we turn our scripture while we still find ourselves in the book of Leviticus, let's turn to the 27th chapter. The 27th chapter of Leviticus. And let's read the first verse to the 8th verse. For we will find that dealing with vows, a person was also or could also be vowed or dedicated to the Almighty. In the sense of what we just read in 1 Samuel, the first chapter, dealing with Hannah and the child or the male child Samuel. Well, in Leviticus 27, verse 1, it reads, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, please take note, when a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for Yahweh by thy estimation. So the vow of the person is toward Yahweh, for it shall be Yahweh. The third verse reads, and thy estimation shall be of the male 20 years old, even to 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. The fourth verse reads, and if it be a female, a daughter, a woman, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old even into 20 years old, then thy estimation, talking about the young lady, shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old even into 5 years old, like Samuel was, then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he be poor, then thy estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability, that vowed shall the priest value him. So here it allows us to know that even persons can be vowed or dedicated to the Almighty, and it allows us to know that male and female was vowed based on certain estimations depending on their age. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of the law, and we find in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, if we all turn there, please, the 23rd chapter. Deuteronomy, the 23rd chapter. For it told our fathers in the wilderness, based on these great statutes, and the statute that I am speaking about right now is vows, and it tells us in the 23rd chapter of Deuteronomy, if we read the 18th and the 19th verse, Deuteronomy, the 23rd chapter, the 18th and the 19th verse. I'll start at the 17th verse and read to the 19th verse, and it reads, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. And another word for this whore is sodomites. There shall be no sodomites of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, a sodomite, or the price of a dog, a sodomite, and to the house of Yahweh thy Elohim for any vow. For even both these are an abomination unto Yahweh thy Elohim. And this allows us to know that just anyone could not make a vow to Yahweh Elohim. For as your brother stated, these are holy statutes. Thus, these holy words come from the holy Elohim. And he has allowed us to know by way of the covenant of the law that just anybody could not make a vow unto him, because they would not be allowed to come to the place to fulfill the vow. Thus, it tells us one more time in the 18th verse, thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim for any vow. For even both of these are an abomination to Yahweh thy Elohim. The 19th verse reads, I'm going to read all the way to the 20. I'm going to keep reading all the way to the 23rd verse. Thus, it tells us in the 19th verse, for all these things denote of these holy statutes. Thus the 19th verse reads, Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. And most times usury denotes interest. The 20th verse reads, And to a stranger thou mayest lend upon interest, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon interest or usury, that Yahweh thy Elohim may bless thee in all that thou settest thy hand to in the land, whether thou goes to possess it. So again, Israel, our fathers in the wilderness, being under the covenant of the law, are being given the statutes of life. The statutes of life that they must live therein in the land that they possess, to govern themselves therewith. Thus the 21st verse reads, When thou shalt vow a vow unto Yahweh thy Elohim, thou shalt not slack to pay it. For Yahweh thy Elohim will surely, without a shadow of a doubt, require it of thee. And it will be sin in thee if you do not fulfill your vow. But if thou shalt forbear, for the scripture says, it is better not to vow than vow and not pay. Thus the law agrees. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. The last verse, it reads, That which is gone out of thy mouth. Again, this presentation is about being a man and woman of thy word. In all that thou say, it reads, That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform, even a free will offering, for that's what it takes to fulfill your vows, according as thou hast vowed it into Yahweh thy Elohim, which thou hast promised. Please take note, another definition for vow, promise with thy mouth. It also tells us, if we take a look at 2 Samuel, the 15th chapter. 2 Samuel, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in 2 Samuel, the 15th chapter, the 7th verse, and it reads, And it came to pass after 40 years that Absalom said unto the king, I pray thee, let me go and pay my vows, which I have vowed unto Yahweh in Hebron. For thy servant vowed it a vow, while I abode at Geshur in Syria, saying, please take note, if Yahweh shall bring me again, indeed, to Jerusalem, then I will will serve Yahweh. So here is a man which was the son of David that vowed it that he will serve Yahweh if he brought him back to the land of Jerusalem. So he used that in subtlety to allow to get back into the land, even though he did some other things, but he used those words to get back in the land. For he truly did vow that he will serve Yahweh if Yahweh brought him back to Jerusalem. Just another testimony of our people making vows. And it allows us to know that if they did not keep those vows, they sinned. It also tells us in Psalms 56, if we turn there, please. And let's read the 12th to the 13th verse. Psalm 56, 12. Let's start at the 10th verse and read to the 13th verse of Psalms 56. And it reads, "And Yahweh will I praise his word. And Yahweh will I praise his word. And Yahweh have I put my trust. I will not be afraid what man can do unto me. Thy vows are upon me, O Elohim. I will render praises unto thee. For thou hast delivered my soul from death." And most times we find people making vows is when they're in trouble. And a lot of times that trouble allow them to say things that they don't mean. But here it says, "For thou hast delivered my soul from death. Will not thou deliver my feet from falling, that I may walk before Elohim in the light of the living?" So here the psalmist allows us to know that thy vows, or his vows, are upon me. I will render praises unto thee. And the praises usually come because of the fulfillment of the vow, or because of you receiving your petition. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Job, and let's take a look at the 22nd chapter of Job. More scriptures dealing with vows. There's not many. I have selected acceptable words from the volume of the book dealing with vows and pledges that I have chose to bring forth to the people this day. Not every word, even though there is not many words, but I have not used every word. I have used acceptable words for this acceptable presentation. Right now, we all should be in Job, the 22nd chapter, and it tells us in Job 22, verse 27. I'll start at the 25th verse and read to the 30th verse, and it reads, the 25th verse of Job 22, yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. For then shall thou have thy delight in the Almighty, and it shall lift up thy face into Yahweh. Thou shalt make thy prayer unto him, and he shall hear thee, and thou shalt pay thy vows. Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. When men are cast down, then thou shalt say, there is lifting up, and he shall save the humble person. He shall deliver the isles of the innocent, and it is delivered by the pureness of thy hands. So again, here is another testimony during the days of Job that vows was known and vows was understood, and it allowed us to know that we were to pay all that came out of our mouths. We haven't found any exceptions thus far. So it allows us to know that a vow is something done voluntarily. It is an agreement, and it was to be done with perfection by doing all that Yahweh required. And it allowed us to know that vows was made for possessions. It was made for a way of life. It was made by wives and daughters. It was made for children. And it was made for sacrifices and even for persons being dedicated. Thus, understanding these things, let us give another testimony of vows, and that denotes that it is better not to vow than vow and not pay. It also allows us to know that one should not be rash with their mouth. Thus, let us turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of Judges, the 11th chapter. Judges, the 11th chapter. And it tells us in Judges, the 11th chapter, if we pick up let's pick up at the 26th verse. Judges, the 11th chapter, the 26th verse. And it reads, while Israel dwelt in Heshbon, and her towns, and in Aurora, and her towns, and in all the cities that be along the coast of Aram, these 300 years. Why therefore did you not recover them within that time? And it's speaking about Israel being in the land for 300 years at this time. The period of the judges consists of 350 years. And it was a time when there was no king. The monarchy has not been set up. David, Solomon, Rehoboam, these people have not been set up. Thus, this period denotes a 350-year period of the judges when there was no king and everyone was right in their own eyes. Even in this time of everyone being right in their own eyes, the almighty words, the statutes of life still prevail. For even in this day, you were not to be rash with thy lips. Thy was to pay all that came out of thy mouth. Thus it tells us in the 27th verse, wherefore have I not sinned against thee, but thou did me wrong to war against me. Yahweh, the judge, be judged this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. Howbeit the king of the children of Ammon hearkened not unto the words of Yahweh, which he sent him. The 29th verse reads, then the spirit, note, of Yahweh came on Yahweh. So this is not just done by Yahweh, but it's done by Yahweh with the spirit of Yahweh upon him. And he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead, and from Mizpah to Gilead he passed over into the children of Ammon. The 30th verse tells us, and Yahweh vowed a vow unto Yahweh, and said, if thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hand. Please take note of the petition. He's asking Yahweh in this vow to not fail him, but to deliver the children of Ammon into his hand. The 31st verse reads, showing how he will fulfill his vow, it reads, then it shall be that whatsoever, some scriptures reads, whosoever, which shall come forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be Yahweh. And I will offer it up for a burnt offering. So Yahweh passed over into the children of Ammon to fight against them, and Yahweh delivered them into his hand. And he smote them from Orah even till thou come into Minnith, even 20 cities, and into the plain of the vineyards, with a very great slaughter. Thus the children of Ammon were subdued before the children of Israel. And Yahweh came to Mizpah and to his house. Please take note. And behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances, and she was his only child. Besides her, he had neither son nor daughter. But don't forget the vow. The vow is found in the 31st verse. Well, the 30th and the 31st verse. The vow is in the 30th verse, and how he protests that he will fulfill the vow. It reads again in the 31st verse, then it shall be that whatsoever come forth of the door of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be Yahweh's, and I, Yahweh, will offer it up for a burnt offering. Thus it tells us again in the 34th verse, and Japheth came to Mizpah into his house, and behold, his daughter, his only daughter, came out to meet him with trembles and with dances, and she was his only child. Besides her, he had neither son nor daughter. And it came to pass, when he saw her, that he rent his clothes and said, Alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me very low, and thou art one of them that troubles me. For please take note, the significance of a solemn vow, a voluntary vow. For I have opened my mouth into Yahweh, and I cannot go back. And she, being a virtuous and fearful woman of Yahweh, it reads, and she said unto him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth, please take note what a vow is, into Yahweh, do to me according to that which proceeded out of thy mouth. For as much as Yahweh hath taken vengeance for thee of thy enemies, even of the children of Ammon. And she said unto her father, Let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, similar to what Hannah said. Hannah wanted to wean the baby before she presented the baby in her vow. Thus, Japheth's daughter answers in the 37th verse, and she said unto her father, Let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down upon the mountains, and bewail my virginity, I and my fellow. And he said, Go. And he said, Go. And he sent her away 2 months. And she went with her companions and bewailed her virginity upon the mountains. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned unto her father, who did, who fulfilled, who honored, who was a man of his word, it reads, who did with her according to his vow, which he had vowed. And she knew no man, meaning she lived being a virgin. And it was a custom in Israel. Don't forget, this custom denoted people not having a king, and it denoted a people being right in their own eyes. The 40th verse reads that the daughters of Israel went yearly to lament the daughter of Japheth, the Gladite, 4 days in a year. So it allows us to know that a man by the name of Japheth, who was made captain over Israel, had trouble with Ammon. And he vowed a vow to Yahweh that if you delivered Ammon in my hand, I will give you the first thing that comes out of my house once you send me home in peace. Unfortunately, he did not know what would be the first thing to meet him. And unfortunately, it was his only child. But being a man of his word and having a daughter of her word, the scripture tells us by way of testimony that the Father did all that came out of his mouth, even with it being his only child. So it allows us to know, these testimonies allows us to know how great Yahweh's words are. And it allows us to know that there is nothing better than these great statutes of life. There is no other way that these statutes of life can be done and they be accepted. If they are done any other way than what we find written in our Holy Scripture, it is sin. It also tells us in the book of Judges, dealing with this great testimony of Yahweh's vows, if we take a look at the 19th chapter, and let's include the 30th verse with this story we just read about Yahweh. Judges, the 19th chapter, the 30th verse, we will include, and it tells us in the 30th verse of the 19th chapter of Judges, and it was so, as we read about Yahweh, he did all that he vowed. And it was so that all that saw it said, there was no such deed done nor seen from the day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt. And this is the only account that your brother can show where a man made a voluntary vow to Yahweh, and he fulfilled his vow, even though in the fulfillment of his vow, it made his heart heavy. And it troubled him, because that which he vowed and that which he had to pay was his only child. But he did. He still became an honorable man because he stood on his word. Thus, the last part of the 30th verse tells us, consider of it. Take advice and speak your mind. It means to come together, take counsel, understand all that was said and done. And you ask yourself, is the ways of Yahweh equal? For in closing of this subject matter vows, after we are asked to consider, take advice, and speak your minds, let us do so by turning our holy scriptures in closing of this particular subject matter, which is vows, to the book of wisdom, the book of Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to the book of wisdom, the book of Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, in closing of this great presentation, or this great part of the presentation called vows. Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, please. And I'll read the 7 first verses. And as we read these 7 verses, please Consider all that we have said and read and studied so far. Consider it. Take advice. And the best advice that we have comes by way of the law and the testimonies. Take advice and speak thy mind. Make sure you understand. Make sure you have searched out the matter to where you truly are a recipient of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, dealing with this great great statute vows. Thus it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, the very first verse. Keep thy foot when thou goes to the house of Elohim. And that means to keep your foot in all the ways that Yahweh has said. Keep thy foot firmly on the path of righteousness. And be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifices of fools. For they consider not that they do evil. And one of the greatest testimonies that come to my mind dealing with this first verse is what we find in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, the 22nd verse. And that was dealing with Saul. When Saul said he listened to the people, his words and the things he did was for the people. And he did not acknowledge at that time that he was actually doing evil, because he was not more ready to hear, but he was more ready to give the sacrifices of food. And that's what we found Saul doing. He gave sacrifices instead of obeying. And he even thought that he did what Yahweh said until Samuel showed him that he did not, and until Samuel showed him that his works denoted evil. The word that we find in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, is sin. So again, it tells us in the first verse, the last sentence, for they consider not that they do sin. Be not rash with thy mouth. Be not hasty with thy mouth. And let not thy heart be hasty to utter anything before Yahweh. For Yahweh is in heaven and thy upon earth. Therefore, the reason why, let thy words be few. For a dream comes through the multitude of business, and a fool's voice is known by a multitude of words. And those multitude of words might get you in trouble. Instead of making thy words few, you made them many, and they're going to catch you up. But the Almighty also stated, according to the 4th verse, when thou vowest a vow unto Yahweh, defer not to pay it, for he have no pleasure in food. For he even warned the fool and tell the fool that even a fool is wise when he keep his mouth shut, when he make his words few. Pay that which thou hast vowed. It's the bottom line. The 5th verse reads, better is it that thou should not vow. It's not sin that you don't vow, but it's truly sin if you vow and don't pay. Better is it that thou should not vow than that thou should vow and not pay. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, because that's exactly what the charge is if you don't pay. Neither say thy before the angel that it was an error. And we used it, Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, the 7th verse, to allow us to know that we are to inquire in these things before we open up our mouth. Don't say something and then inquire about the vow later on, because more than likely you are going to cause your soul to sin by the words that you have bound it with. So it is better that thou should not vow than that thou should vow and not pay. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, neither say thou before the angel that it was an error. Wherefore, please take note, should Yahweh be angry at thy voice and destroy the work of thy hands? For in the multitude of dreams and many words, as it is written in Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, the 13th verse, there are also divine vanities. But the conclusion of the matter, it reads, but fear thy Elohim. And if you truly fear thy Elohim, you will only make vows in the place that Yahweh commanded his children to make them, and you will truly fulfill every word of thy vow in the place that Yahweh commanded his children to appear when they finish their vows. So that would be the end of the vow part of this great presentation, and that which we have given thus far, and that which we was asked to consider, take advice, and speak our minds. The question still remains, is the way of Yahweh equal, based on all that we have just read and brought forth dealing with vows? The question is to the listening audience, is the way of Yahweh equal? And we will continue to answer that question by the second part of the presentation that deals with pledge. And we find the first rendering of pledge also in the book of Genesis. Thus, let us turn our Holy Scriptures to Genesis, the 38th chapter, to deal with the latter part of our presentation, which is called plagues. We plague. The word plague, P-L-E-D-G-E, like the rendering pledge of allegiance, pledge. And we find in Genesis, the 38th chapter, if we turn there, please. And let's look at the 17th verse. Genesis 38. I said let's pick up at the 17th verse. But I'd rather pick up at the 11th verse. Let's start reading at Genesis, the 38th chapter, and let's pick up at the 11th verse. Here is the first rendering that we find in the volume of the book dealing with pledge. And it's during the days of the patriarchs, during the days of Jacob's children. And we find that his son, Yehuda, had to give a pledge. Thus, it tells us in the 11th verse of Genesis 38. And hopefully, these chapter and verses that we have pulled from the volume of the book will give us a holy understanding of these statutes of life and a better understanding of what the word pledge means. It tells us in the 11th verse of Genesis 38, and it reads, Then said Yehuda to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Selah, my son, be grown. For he said, Least peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Yehuda's wife, died. And Yehuda was comforted and went up into his sheep shears to Timnah, he and his friend, her the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep. Note the 14th verse. And she put her widow's garment off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way of Timnah. For she saw that Selah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Yehuda saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned into her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in into thee. Now, a harlot, or whore, charges. So it costs to lay with a whore. So this opened up the story of the pledge. He is pledging that he will pay her what he owed her. And note, this pledge is in the reference of vows. It is in the reference of covenant. It is in the reference, and I will give a definition, but it is in a reference to bind. It is in a reference to pawn. It is also in a reference to loans. So when we read this verse in its entirety, we will see that there is something owed to this woman. And before the woman can get what is owed, a pledge is asked. And most times, pledges denotes a deposit as evidence and proof. It also denotes an exchange given as security, a guaranteed loan. So it tells us again in the 16th verse, and he turned into her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come into thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in into me? Note what he is to give for the sexual act. And he said, I will sin. So to sin is something that he don't have on him. Thus it reads, and he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. So a fair price at the time for such an harlot was a kid. It could have been a kid goat or it could have been a kid sheep. But it allows us to know that her price was a kid. What he was willing to pay was a kid from the flock. And she said, Will thou give me a pledge till thou send it? Will you give me a deposit as evidence and proof? Is it something that I can bind you with? Do you have something that will guarantee the loan? Thus it reads in the 18th verse, and he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet and thy bracelets and thy staff. And I think that's pretty high. I think that's a pretty high pledge to give one just to receive the money or the sex that they're trying to get, and assurance that you're going to bring a kid from the flock. And the reason why I said that I think this is pretty high, because all he pondering or all he trying to get is the sex. And it only costs him a kid from the flock. But to co-sign for this or to guarantee the loan, they asking or she asking for the signet of thy hand, thy bracelets, and the staff. And it puts me in the mind of these different institutions of pledge. And most times we find this term today making a distinction from our fathers' days into our days. Most time we find this word on our mortgages. We find this term on car notes. We find this term when you go to a pawn shop and you have to damn near give up half of your house, like Yehuda giving up his signet, his bracelets, and his staff just for a little money. And a lot of times there is days set that you have to pay this money back or whatever it is that you bought or that you loaned or that you was loaned. And these institutions are mostly set up for the poor. As we read in the Proverbs, that the borrower is a servant to the lender, like you truly in debt. And the debt that you in, you possibly can lose everything. In a pawn shop, you pawn your jewelry, your bracelet, your signet, your staff for a few dollars. Well, the people, the loaners, hope that you cannot come up with the money. They hope that you cannot come up with the money you have borrowed. That way, they keep your belongings. The signet, the bracelet, and the staff. Another wicked practice that is prevalent among us is mortgage. You are sit down and you are bargaining with your life. You are taking on a deal of 30 years. The Almighty tells us tomorrow is not promised. And it also tells us we don't know what tomorrow will bring. But we find ourselves in a funky situation to where we will make a promise, where we will make a pledge to pay on something for 30 years without you able to see what will befall you in those 30 years. And in that scam, I call it, we have many people have lost their homes because they were not able to pay what they owe. This word is found among the statutes of life. It is found among the words of fairness and right. But we going to find out that there is a way that seems right unto a man, but the end thereof is death. To where we will be able to answer the question after the end of this part of the presentation, is the way of Yahweh equal? Because based on man, their ways are not equal. The way we lose our houses by way of mortgage, the way we lose our property by way of pawn shops, our ways are not equal. Nor are they just, nor are they right. Thus, it continues to tell us in this story. I'll read the 18th verse again. And he said, what plague shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet and thy bracelets, not one bracelet, all of them, and thy staff that is in thy hand. And he gave it her, and came into her, and she conceived by him. She had a baby. And she arose and went away and laid by her veil, and laid by her veil. She rose and went away and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehuda, being a man of his word, and Yehuda sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulamite, to receive his pledge. And a lot of times when you're late, you're not going to be able to receive this pledge. Another way they have used usury. That way, if you have a pledge and you have not been able to pay on it, they would just put more interest on it. You already couldn't afford the little money that you had to pay. Well, they put an interest on it and give you a little more time. So you wind up paying the interest and still don't get your pledge back because you can't afford it. You lost it. Your time ran out. We got to repossess your house. It tells us in the 20th verse, and Yehuda sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Yehuda said, let her take it to her, lest we be ashamed. Behold, I send this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Yehuda, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, has played the harlot. And also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Yehuda said, bring her forth and let her be burnt. Don't forget, he didn't know that his daughter-in-law was the one playing the whore. But he allows us to know, based on custom and tradition, the daughters of Israel were not to play the whore. And one of the punishments for the daughters for playing the whore was to be burnt to death. Thus it reads in the 25th verse, when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are, am I with child. And she said, discern, make a difference, I pray thee. Who are these, the signet, and the bracelet, and the staff? So, she has that which he pledged, and having that which Yehuda pledged, it actually saved her life because of the deal that they made. Without that deal, and she being pregnant by somebody else, she would have died. But the deal that she made with Yehuda, having his signet, his bracelets, and his staff, actually saved her life. Thus, it tells us in the 26th verse, and Yehuda acknowledged them and said, she has been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Selah, my son, and he knew her again no more. The rest of the story just allows us to know how the children traveled in the woman's stomach and who came out first and who came out second. The point I used in this story is dealing with pledge. For this is the first rendering of pledge in our Holy Scripture. And it dealing with Father Jacob, fourth son, Yehuda. And it allows us to know in a transaction with a whore, to have sex with her, he had to pay her a kid from the flock. And she wanted some type of cosign, some type of interest, some type of property that she can hold to guarantee that you will come and get that you guarantee that you will come with the kid to get that which belongs to you. And again, this pledge has been done since the days of Genesis, even to this day. But we find under the statutes of life that Yahweh gave his children laws, statutes, and commandments and judgments to live by, and that is how Yahweh expected his children to live, under these statutes of life, and not to misuse these statutes among his children. Thus, we find in Exodus, the 22nd chapter, if we all turn there, please. And before, or as you are turning to Exodus, the 22nd chapter, you can find the definition of pledge under 2254. 2254. And it tells us in 2254, one second, 2254, we find the word pledge. In Hebrew, it is shabal, or shabal, means to wind tightly as a rope. It means to bind, specifically by a pledge. It also denotes to take a pledge. This verb is translated in a variety of ways. Most commonly, it means taking a pledge for such things as a loan. So that's what pledge means, and I hope that's how I have been teaching it and trying to explain it, dealing with our father, Yehuda. Now let's turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 22nd chapter. and pick up from the definition that I just gave, and you can find in 2254. You can also find a definition as it's stated is used in a variety of ways. You can find it in 2258. You can also find it in 5667. And there's one more rendering or definition, and it is found under 6162. Let us all turn our scripture to Exodus 22. For as I stated, there is not many scriptures given for these two particular statutes of life. Thus, your brother have brought forth acceptable words that will bring forth this presentation dealing with vows and plagues. Exodus, the 22nd chapter. And it tells us in Exodus, the 22nd chapter, if we pick up at the 26th verse, Exodus, the 26th and 27th verse. And it allows us to know that these great statutes of life was covenanted into a law. Thus we find not only our father Yehuda making mention of this great statute called pledge, but we also find it in the covenant of the law. And when we found it in the covenant of the law, it was listed under the judgments. So when we look at the judgments found in Exodus 22, verse 26 and 27, it reads, but I would love to read 25. Let's read 25 to 27. For 25 also denotes the statutes of life. And it allows us to know when we understand all that Yahweh told his children that the ways of Yahweh is equal. Thus, the 25th verse of the 22nd chapter of Exodus reads, if thou shalt lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, neither shall thou lay upon him usury. And many times this usurer or usury denotes interest. And the Almighty didn't want his people to put such interest upon his people. He said you can do that to an enemy or a stranger, but not toward thy brother. Many times, and even during our time, I remember that people had classes and they taught that you can borrow from the tithes, and when you borrowed from the tithes, they would take you to Leviticus, the 27th chapter, misrepresent it and tell you that you owe them a fifth. That is an interest. That is one that we call on the street loan sharks. 2-for-1s. And those ways do not denote the statutes of life. Thus, it tells us again in the 25th verse, if thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, neither shall thy lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it, this is the law, into him by that the sun goes down. Well, as I stated, dealing with the pawn shops, most times today when we make our pledge, no one considers that it is to be given back to one before the sun goes down. No one considers that he or she is poor and afflicted. That is the only reason you find them in your business today. That is the only reason that a pledge is even being asked of them, because they find themselves poor and afflicted. You don't find many rich people in a pawn shop, nor do you find many rich people worrying about a 30-year bill. These things are done against the poor and the afflicted. That's why Yahweh has perfect laws, holy statutes for such a people. And if we were under the covenant of the law, these statutes of vows and plagues will only be done as we have read this day. And if not, if thou does not well, it allows us to know that sin lies at thy door. So in its entirety, Exodus 22, verse 26 tells us, if thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it into him by that the sun goes down. It also tells us, Israel, if we continue to search in the book of the law, let us turn our scriptures to the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter. And it tells us in the 24th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we take a look at the 6th verse, Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter, verse 6. And it reads, no man shall take the neither, and please take note of this saying in the 6th verse, because this was the saying that really allowed me to know that many people did not know what pledge denoted in the scriptures. And when I say many people, I'm talking about whole classes, the mores that's teaching the class. For many years ago, this 6th verse was asked about during the days of atonement, when the people thought that they were keeping the Day of Atonement in the enemy's land, there was a class, and a young man asked the Morays and the members of the class, what does it mean when you pledge a man's life? That's how the young man asked the question. Thus, in Deuteronomy 24, verse 6 reads, no man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he takes a man's life to pledge. And no one in that day had the answer for the young man. No one, including the three Morays that was there that day, could not answer the young man question. And the young man question is found in the 6th verse. All he wanted to know was, what is I'm reading? It talks about plaguing a man's life. And that day, as it is this day, the Almighty had the Spirit upon me, where I was able to read his verse easily and give the correct answer. And that day, I preferred the neither or the upper millstone as a dump truck. And I stated that if I had a dump truck and I was in dire strait, I needed a loan, the Almighty was saying that you could not take my dump truck for a pledge. For if you do, you take my life to pledge. And the reason why is because I use the dump truck to live. I use the dump truck to pay my bills, to take care of me, my wife, and my children. So if you pledge my dump truck, that's like saying, all right, brother, I'm going to give you the $200, but I need your dump truck until you can pay the $200. The Almighty is allowing us to know this day that is evil. Well, I'm raised supposed to be able to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between the good and between evil. But they wasn't. But we are able this day. We are able to make a distinction. We are able to show exactly what the 6th verse means. And all it is saying, it's not talking about a dump truck. It's talking about a neither or the upper millstone, which the Israelites, most of them packed on their backs. And they used those things every day to grind grain and meal. So this was an instrument used it daily. Thus, if you plagued it, you plagued my life. I need this to live. Ask me to give you something else instead of my dump truck, or ask me to give you something else instead of the nether or the upper millstone to plague. For he, or whoever the company is, or the man is, for he takes a man's life to pledge. I hope you understand that. And these things go on every day in this society. But it would not go on, nor would it be lawful if we were in our land under the covenant of the law obeying the statutes of life. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 24th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 10th verse, and it reads, when thou dost lend the loan of anything, it reads, when thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge. Well, today you don't have to worry about that because the poor man brings it to you. Whatever it is, he's trying to, a gun, jewelry, home items, work items, the dump truck, whatever it is. Today we bring it to the wicked man. We bring it to the man that do the loans, that loan to us. And it's an evil thing because if we were under the covenant of the law in our land, obeying all that Yahweh said, the Almighty promised his children that they would never borrow, that they will always be the lender. But as I stated earlier, these institutions are set up for the poor and the afflicted. Unfortunately, that is you and I. And they are unjust in the loans that they loan to you and I. Thus it tells us again in the 10th verse, when thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his to fetch his pledge. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad into thee. And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. And we're going to show that's exactly what the wicked does, even this day. The 13th verse reads, in any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee. And note what your Creator says about these practices. And it shall be righteousness unto thee before Yahweh thy Elohim. Only if thou stand abroad and don't go to the house to fetch his pledge. It also tells us, I think I have one more place I would love to go in this verse, or in this chapter. Let me make sure I didn't pass up anything. It also tells us in the 17th verse, thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor Now, before I read the 17th verse, let's read the 15th verse. It said, at this day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and setteth his heart upon it. And this has to do with paying a man. Y'all made an agreement. The man did the work. the Almighty said it is sin if you let the sun go down on you before you pay this man, because he is poor, and not only is he poor, he is needy. And it tells us that he sets his heart upon it, lest he cry against thee into Yahweh, and note, and it be sin into thee. The 17th verse, thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow raiment to pledge. But thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman, a slave in Egypt, and Yahweh thy Elohim redeemed thee thence. Therefore, the reason why I command thee to do this thing, or I command thee to keep the statutes of life. And if we understood that last sentence, it allowed us to know that these statutes of life was only done lawful and right in the land that the Israelites possessed it, while they found themselves under the covenant of the law, or the statutes of life. It also tells us about this plague denoting death if we turn our scriptures to the book of Job. Let's go to the book of Job, the 22nd chapter. Job, the 22nd chapter. We went there dealing with vows. We went to Job 22:27. Now I want to go to Job 22 verse 6, dealing with pledge. Job 22, please. And it tells us in the 22nd of Job, the 6th verse, and it reads, for thy, and note what it says before I say that. It says in the 5th verse, is not thy wickedness great, and thy iniquities infinite? For thou hast taken a pledge. Note what Yahweh denote the wickedness is, and the iniquity. For thou hast taken a pledge from thy brother for naught, and stripped the naked of their clothing. What Almighty said, you wrong. I need you to return them clothes back to that man and that woman before the sun go down. I don't care what he owe you. If you righteous, if you fear me. It reads again in the 6th verse, for thou hast taken a pledge from thy brother for naught, and stripped the naked of their clothes. And the Almighty wanted us to know in this book of Job that it denoted wickedness and iniquity. Also, Job let us know, if we take a look at the 24th chapter, the 24th chapter of Job, and let's take a look at the 3rd verse, for it reads, I'll start at the 2nd, because it allows us to know that I am showing you about these pledges that Yahweh is denoting that it is wicked, that the people was doing it wickedly. They were not following the statutes of life. Thus, they was oppressing their brothers and their sisters. Thus, Job 24, verse 2 reads, some remove the landmarks, and that is evil. They valiantly take away the flocks and feed thereof. Note the third verse. They drive away the ass of the fatherless. They take the widow's ox for a pledge. It also tells us in the 9th verse of this chapter, and it reads, they pluck the fatherless from the beasts. They pluck the fatherless from the breast and take a pledge of the poor. They cause him to go naked. They ain't returning nothing to him. They waiting on their money without clothing. And they take away the sheep from the hungry. It also tells us, by way of testimony, dealing with this great statute, pledge, let us turn our scriptures to Ezekiel. Ezekiel, the 18th chapter. We have a few more chapter and verses to go through, and then we will open up for comments and questions. As I stated in the beginning, this presentation is called Plagues and Vows. Is the way of Yahweh equal? And we have chosen acceptable words to show forth these statutes of life and to ask the listening audience, is the way of Yahweh equal? So we're going to show these things by the scriptures, by the law, and by the testimonies. So far, right now, we find ourselves in the testimony in Ezekiel, the 18th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 18th chapter, that Yahweh way is truly equal. It is just and it is right. Thus, in Ezekiel, the 18th chapter, it tells us, if we start reading at the 4th verse, Ezekiel, the 18th chapter, the 4th verse to the 7th verse, and it reads, behold, and this denotes all that we have read thus far, even dealing with the vows. It says, behold, all souls are mine. As the soul of the Father, so also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sins, it shall die. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, note what is lawful and right, and have not eaten upon the mountains, neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, neither have defiled his neighbor's wife, neither have come near to a mistress woman. Note all these evils. Note all these things that are not right. nor lawful. The 7th verse reads, more things that are unlawful and not right, and have not oppressed any, but have restored, given back, might not even require it, it says, but have restored to the debtor his pledge. Because if you have not, it is evil. Have spoiled none by violence, have given his bread to the hungry, and have covered the naked with a garment. It says, he that hath not given forth upon usury, neither have taken any interest, that have withdrawn his hand from iniquity, have executed true judgment between man and man, have walked in my statutes, that your brother called the statutes of life, and have kept my judgments to deal truly, he is just. He shall surely live, said Yahweh Elohim. If he beget a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood, and that does the like to any one of these things, and one of the things are found in the 7th verse, and that does any and does not any of those duties, but even have eaten upon the mountains, and note, they are duties, and defile his neighbor's wife, the 13th verse reads, have given forth upon usury, have taken increase, shall he then live? He shall not live. He have done all these abominations. Yahweh call them abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon him. Now, lo, if he beget a son that seeth all his father's sin, which he have done. He see how his father taking pledges. He see how his father putting interest on the money that the poor borrows. But he refuses to do it and considers and does not such like, that have not eaten upon the mountains, neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, have not defiled his neighbor's wife, neither have oppressed any, have not withholden the pledge, neither have spoiled by violence, but have given his bread to the hungry, and have covered the naked with a garment, that have taken off his hands from the poor, because as your brother stated, these things are against the poor, that have not received usury or increase, interest, have executed my judgments, have walked in my statutes, he shall not die. For the iniquity of his father, he shall surely live. It continues to tell us in the 18th verse, as for his father, because he cruelly oppressed, spoiled his brother by violence, and did that which is not good among his people, lo, even he shall die in his iniquity. Yet say you, why? does not the Son bear the iniquity of the Father? When the Son have done that which is lawful and right, and have kept all my statutes, and have done them, he shall surely live. That's why it's called the statutes of life. The soul that sinned, it shall die. The Son shall not bear the iniquity of the Father, neither shall the Father bear the iniquity of the Son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. We also find these truths if we take a quick look in the book of Amos. We're going to go back to Ezekiel in closing, but let's take a quick look in the book of Amos, the 2nd chapter. Amos, the 2nd chapter, tells us, if we pick up at the 8th verse, and it reads, Amos 2. I'll start at the 7th verse. Amos 2, verse 6. Amos 2, verse 6 to 8. And it reads, Thus said Yahweh, for 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4 I will not turn away the punishment thereof. Because they sold the righteous for silver, and the poor for a pair of shoes. That painted after the dust of the earth on the head of the poor, and turn aside the way of the meek. And a man and his father will go into the same maid or the same young woman to profane my holy name. And they lay themselves down upon clothes laid to pledge by every altar, and they drink the wine of the condemned in the house of their God. Let me read that verse, coming by way of a different translation, because in the King James Version, it is kind of hard to understand how it is written. But all it was saying is this, coming by way of another version that you can readily understand. Amos 2, verse 8 is saying this. Again, in the King James Version, it reads, in the 8th verse of Amos 2, and they laid themselves down upon clothes, laid to pledge by every altar, and they drank the wine of the condemned in the house of their Elohim. Another version, men lie down beside every altar. Note, on garments seized in pledge, and in the house of their God they drink liquor, got by way of signs. Do you get that? It also, another rendering is at their religious feasts, they lodge in clothing stolen from debtors. And in my own temple, they offer sacrifices of wine. They worship with stolen money. Another rendering, and they laid themselves down beside every pagan altar. Upon clothes they have taken in plagues. For indebtedness. So again, all this 8 verse is saying is that the evil people of Israel, they lie down beside every altar on garments seized in plagues. So the things that you had to give them for that loan, they land on them, they using them, and you might not get them back. That's all it's saying. And it's letting you know that that is how the wicked man deal with Yahweh's statutes. That's all I brought forth. It just reads a little different in the King James Version. Now let's go back to Ezekiel, the 18th chapter, because I skipped the verse for a reason. Because this verse belongs to this Amos 2, and it belongs to the man that does not well. He shall sin. Thus it tells us in Amos, the 18th chapter again. And let's take a look at the verse that I skipped, was the 12th verse. Ezekiel, the 18th chapter, the 12th verse. And it reminds us, it reads, have oppressed the poor and needy, have spoiled by violence, have not restored the plague, just like we just read. And Amos 2, they ain't even giving it back. And here it says, have not restored the pledge. You lost it. You was too slow to pay. You missed the deadline. You lost your neither and upper millstone. You lost your dump truck. You lost your house. You lost your wedding rings, all the things you pawned, and have lifted up his eyes to the idols, have committed an abomination. And then it tells us in the 21st verse of the same chapter, but if the wicked will turn from all his sins that he have committed and keep all my statutes and do that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live. He shall not die. All his transgressions that he have committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him. In his righteousness that he have done, he shall live. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, said Yahweh, Elohim, and not that he should return from his way and live? But when the righteous turn away from his righteousness and commit iniquity and does according to all the abominations that the wicked man does, shall he live? Absolutely not. All his righteousness, as I teach, the race is not to the swift, it is to him that endures. You might start off right, well, you better end right, because if you don't, Yahweh is going to award you according to your doings, how he found you. The things that you did in the beginning of your walk will not be remembered. Thus, the question it remains, is the way of Yahweh equal? Let's read. The middle of the 24th verse says, all his righteousness that he hath done shall not be mentioned. In his trespass that he hath trespassed, and in his sin that he hath sinned. In them shall he die. Well, what about what he did at the beginning? The 25th verse reads, yet ye say, the way of Yahweh is not equal. And I am asking y'all this question this day. Hear now, O house of Israel, all of you. Is not my way equal? I agree. I believe it is. Are not your ways unequal? And if you are pledging your brother, if you are loaning your brother with outrageous interest and all that, you are evil. It says in the 26th verse, when a righteous man turn away from his righteousness and commit iniquity and die in them, for his iniquity that he have done shall he die. Again, Israel, when the wicked man turn away from his wickedness, I'm no longer going to exact usury on these people. I'm no longer going to require a pledge. I'm no longer going to be at the man's house talking about where my money at. It says, again, when the wicked man turn away from his wickedness that he committed and does that which is lawful and right, I'm going to stand back. I'm going to wait for you. He shall save his soul alive. Why? Because he considers and turn away from all his transgressions that he hath committed. He shall surely live. He shall not die. Yet, says the house of Israel. That's why I'm asking y'all the question. The way of Yahweh is not equal. O house of Israel, are not my ways equal? It's a question mark that I need y'all to answer. Are not your ways unequal? Therefore I will judge you, O house of Israel, everyone according to his way, said Yahweh Elohim. Repent now and turn yourself from all your transgressions, so iniquity shall not be your ruin. Cast away from you all your transgressions, whereby ye have transgressed, and make you a new heart and a new spirit. For why will you die, O house of Israel? And we talk about dying just based on what a lot of people consider some simple statutes called vows and pledge. It says, for I have no pleasure in the death of him that died, said Yahweh Elohim. Wherefore, turn yourselves and live you. And in closing of this presentation, as I stated, it wasn't going to take long, and there's not a lot of material. But in closing of this presentation called Pledge and Vow, is the way of Yahweh equal? Let us answer that question by closing with Ezekiel words that is found in the 33rd chapter of Ezekiel. We will close with this particular chapter and verse. Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Dealing with this great presentation, pledge and vow is the way of Yahweh equal. It answers this great presentation in Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. And let's start at the 10th verse. In closing of this great presentation that was called Pledge and Vows, is the way of Yahweh equal? It answers this question according to the 10th verse of the 33rd chapter of Ezekiel. And it reads, in closing, therefore, O thou son of man, speak into the house of Israel. Thus you speak, saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us, and we pined away in them, how should we then live? Say unto them, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live. Turn you from your evil ways. For why will you die, O house of Israel? Wherefore, thou son of man, say unto the children of thy people, the righteousness of the righteous shall not deliver him in the day of his transgression, in the day that you put usury upon your brothers and sisters, in the day that you take the widow's garment, in the day that you take the brother's neither or upper millstone or his dump truck. It says, therefore, thou son of man, say unto the children of thy people, the righteousness of the righteous shall not deliver him in the day of his transgression. As for the wickedness of the wicked, he shall not fall thereby in the day that he turns from his wickedness. No more doing such wickedness. Neither shall the righteous be able to live for his righteousness in the day that he sins. A good example of that is you start in a class, you teach it from Genesis to Malachi, you're not adding, you're not taking away, and then later on in retrospect, you get among your peoples, y'all have a council, and you come up and lie to the people. Now you robbing the people. Now you collecting tithes and offerings from the people. Well, now you have sinned. And that's what you're going to be remembered by. Not how you started. It's how you end. Or it's how Yahweh find you. For you don't know the end. Thus it continues to tell us, in the 13th verse, when I shall say to the righteous that he shall surely live, if he trusts to his own righteousness and commit iniquity, any of these, all of his righteousness or all of his righteousnesses shall not be remembered, but for his iniquity that he hath committed, he shall die for it. The 14th verse reads, again, when I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, if he turn from his sin and do that which is lawful and right. And we just read them. It was found at Ezekiel, the 18th chapter, verse 6 to 9, verse 14 to 17. The 15th verse reads, if the wicked, note, if the wicked restore the pledge, give again that he have robbed, walk in the statutes of what? Of life, without committing iniquity. Not walk in the statutes of life and sin at the same time. Not being holy and unholy at the same time. But it reads, if the wicked restore the pledge, give again that he hath robbed, walk in the statutes of life, without committing iniquity, he shall surely live, he shall not die. None of his sins that he hath committed shall be mentioned. Is Yahweh equal or not? And to him he hath done that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live. Yet, you say, it reads, yet the children of thy people say, the way of Yahweh is not equal. But as for them, their way is not equal. When the righteous turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, he shall even die thereby. But if the wicked turn from his wickedness and do that which is lawful and right, the statutes of life, he shall live thereby, because he liveth therein. Yet you say, the way of Yahweh is not equal. In closing, Israel, O ye house of Israel, I will judge you, every one after his way. That will be the end of the presentation that was called Plagues and Vows. Is the way of Yahweh equal? And I would truly love for you to consider, take advice, and speak thy mind. Thus, we will open up for comments and questions. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Beautiful. Perfect. Excellent.
Hello.
Excellent. Hallelujah. Amen. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Beautiful. Praise Yah.
Great comment, and wise and very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hallelujah.
Shalom. Great teaching as usual, Brother Samuel. It's your honey, yes. Great as always.
Yes. Yes.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Praise Yah. Praise
Shalom. This is
Yah.
Sister Danya. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder, for this presentation. I do have a question for you.
Hallelujah.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Somebody's speaking while the sister's trying to speak. Give her a second, then you can speak next. Go ahead, Sister Diamond.
Okay. I really appreciate this presentation. I do have a question. Was marriage considered a vow? I know that the men paid a dowry for the women, but was it considered a vow? And if it was considered a vow, why did the Almighty allow for the revoking of that vow, if it was a vow?
Well, it is not listed in the Holy Scriptures under a vow. The vow that we find in our Holy Scriptures dealing with marriage is found in the 2nd chapter of Genesis. And all that the Almighty said to Adam and Eve is that a man should leave his father and his mother's house, cleave into his wife, and they should become one. That is the notion of marriage that we have. There is no vow under marriage. You can find such a rendering in the New Testament, but we don't teach the New Testament, nor do we teach Christianity. But that is where the idea comes from among our brothers today. They that have dipped and dabbed in the New Testament, they know that, or they consider that marriage is a vow. Our Holy Scripture, I started from the first place that vows was mentioned, and that was in the days of the patriarchs in Genesis, the 28th chapter, dealing with Abraham's grandson, which was Jacob. There is no other word dealing with vow in the book of Genesis. And I just took you through the law and the testimonies, and not one place that I took you dealt with a vow dealing with a man and a woman in marriage. So that is the New Testament. And let me just say this last little piece, and I guess I can share it, but we have a presentation called Pay That Which Thou Hast Vowed. And we addressed this question about marriage in that particular presentation. It was done 2019, four or 5 years ago. And you can find that on YouTube called Pay That Which Thou Hast Vowed. That one allows us to speak on marriage, and it allows us to know what I am saying now. There is no law nor testimony found in the Holy Scripture dealing with marriage in a vow. There is none.
Thank you, Elder. I just wanted to make sure that was clear in the presentation, that it wasn't, in fact, a vow.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
But one thing it is an oath. And a lot of times we bind ourselves, as I stated in the definition, dealing with vows and pledge. You find covenant, you find oath. So there's many varieties of definition dealing with these words. And you might not find the word vow, but you'll find covenant or you'll find oath. And many times we do make an oath to our wife. We do make an oath to the father of the wife. Many times we do make a covenant, and sometimes marriage is called a covenant. So in that wise, you can apply the word vow. But the word itself is not mentioned in our Holy Scriptures connected with marriage. Not the word vow.
Thank you. Thank you.
But allow us to know with all this information that we gave, the bottom line was what? Being a man or woman of thy word. Is that not what y'all received?
Hallelujah.
So if we apply it to marriage, it's the same. You still supposed to be a man or a woman of your word.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
So the Almighty still hold you guiltless if you're not a man or a woman of your word. Even though it's not under the term vow, it's still under the term of your word. You're supposed to be a man and a woman of your word. That's why when you took the wife of thy youth, the Almighty said, I hate putting away. Well, how could you put away? You're going to change your word. Your word had to change. Now you ready to get rid of her, or she trying to get rid of you. Well, that means y'all words have changed. Y'all are not being a man nor a woman of your word. And that's what I was trying to bring or connect everything to. Being a man or a woman of your word, because you got a creator that stand on his word.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise God. I'm thankful for that. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? Great question, great comments, Sister Dinah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Just want to say shalom to everyone. I'm sorry I wasn't able to listen to the class. I'm just getting on here in the last 15 minutes, but I will be listening to the replay, most High's will. And the last question the sister asked about and you read something about the man and the woman becoming one. And so if the man marries a woman and they become one, how can he then become one with another woman at the same time? Like, how can he be split in two and the two become one? So if that man marries a woman and they become one, how can he then become one with another woman? That's what I always wondered.
Well, because we got to understand what the one is. What is the one?
It's not mathematical.
No, well, hold on before we start counting. What is the one? Based on the question that the sister brought up, and based on the chapter and verse that I quoted, and I was quoting from Genesis 2, what is the one? What is the one found in Genesis 2? That way I need to get that out before we answer that question. That way we all on the same page. What would be the one?
One accord.
No, based on what is found in Genesis 2. And it tells us in Genesis 2, somebody read verse 24 and let me know what the one is. And then I can show you how that one can have two.
So are you speaking of Genesis 1, 24?
No, Genesis 2, verse 24.
Genesis 2, 22. Okay.
24.
24.
Is it one flesh?
Anybody can read that and give me the answer. What is the one? The sister asked us. The sister asked us how, when a man take a wife and they become one, how can he take another wife and they be one?
That's right.
Sorry, my phone cut off, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard the last part.
2:24. Genesis 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh.
So I asked, what is the one? The question was, how could a one marry a woman and they become one flesh, and then he marries somebody else and they become one? So I needed to find out if we understood what is the one. What is the one? Who is the one?
I could be wrong, but I think that when they come together and become one flesh, that would be the offspring.
Okay, but I'm asking who is the one? Who is the initial one? Who is the one before he take a wife?
It's the man.
It's the man. It's the man. Yes, the man.
Wait,
Go ahead.
I don't understand what you're saying. It said they two become one, right? They're already one apart, and then when they come together, they both become one together.
Now, they become, hold on 1 second. They become one when they come together.
Right.
So don't forget, the Almighty made a woman for what? According to these verses, the Almighty made a woman for what?
Didn't he make them first male and female? I mean, they were made one at the beginning. They were male and female.
Okay, and that is the introduction, or that is the introduction of Yahweh's creation. When we get in the second chapter, it explains his creation. So we know that he did not make man and woman by themselves first. He made man, and he had man to name all the animals and all these things. Man was naming animals before a woman was even born. Man was naming animals and everything before a woman was ever born. And the man said that he didn't have a helpmate, like he noticed the animals that he was naming had helpmates. So the Almighty said, well, I'm going to make you a helpmate. And where did he make the helpmate from? Did the helpmate come from the ground?
No.
Came out of him.
The helpmate came from that man, that one. So the woman is even created a little different than man, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Because man was created from the dust. Even though the woman is going to go to that same dust, according to the story, the woman was made a little different from the man. And I'm saying all this just to allow us to know that the man was made first. So when it's talking about the woman coming into the man and they should become one flesh, the woman became of that man's flesh. Now, if he married another woman, she will be considered as that man's flesh, and she will be considered as one.
That makes sense.
She ain't going to be considered. She ain't going to be considered number 9. She ain't going to be considered 3. She's going to be considered 1. It's all about that man and his house. It's all about that man and his house.
Understood.
So if he's one how can he be 2?
It never become 2. It's still going to be one flesh because it's the man that the woman is marrying to.
Right.
Right, but he's one flesh with her. They become one, right? Don't they become one?
Absolutely.
Each wife.
Okay, so now when he takes another wife, how can he then become one with that woman when he's one with somebody already?
Because all those ones denote a one. All those ones that he take on. Why did Sarah? Here go a good example. Why did Sarah get Hagar to Abraham? Can somebody answer that?
Say that again, sir.
Why did Sarah give Hagar to Abraham?
Because she was barren.
I don't know.
Because
She wanted kids.
Because she wanted her husband, that one, to have children, to have seed by her. Everything, the same way with the Leah and Rachel and all them. All those women was brought in the picture to bring forth this one. And who was that one? Jacob. And he wound up having 12 sons.
Yep.
The house of Israel.
By different women.
Those women, by different women. But those women ain't considered as 2, 3, and 4. They considered as one to build that house of 12 sons.
The man is the
Well,
common denominator.
I'm just saying, I never seen that, Elder. Like, I never seen the verse that said that they were one. I just know, I'm just asking based on what the scripture says.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't understand. You know, I understand we can suppose and we can try to, you know, rationalize it, but I'm just going by strictly what the word says. Like, you know, we can make sense of it, but I'm just trying to find, based on the scriptures, where it, like when you ask the question, well, what about Sarah and stuff like that, it doesn't necessarily tell me, though, that's what that meant, that they became one. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I'm just looking at the letter of what's written, and just without adding to it, or just like trying to figure it out. This never really made sense to me, because I saw how the Most High said one man and a woman.
And that's absolutely
any woman and every woman, just one woman.
Well, that's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct in the words of the beginning. And we're dealing with Cain and we're dealing with Adam and Eve. I don't know Adam as taking on another wife. I mean, not according to scriptures. Now, it might be other writings talk like that, but according to scriptures, Eve was that one, and Eve became the flesh of Adam.
Right.
We don't have another story of another woman with Adam. Now, we want to go further in retrospect, then we might find these men with more than one wife. But in this particular instance, Adam didn't have more than one wife. He only had one. So in the theme of monoganism, it was only one wife with Adam. So in here, in Genesis 2, we ain't going to find nothing but dealing with one man and one woman. That's all we're going to find in this Genesis 2.
Okay.
So in the beginning, and as you thinking, you're thinking absolutely correct. Monotheism, it was only two. They became one flesh. He made that woman from his flesh. You can't be two fleshes, and you was made from me. You was made from me.
Exactly.
Yeah, you was made from me, so you definitely got to be the flesh of my flesh and bones of my bones. You must be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, another woman, later on in retrospect, she is perceived the same way, but we know that's another woman in her own flesh. There go another woman in her own flesh, but those two women is the helpmate of this man. Right. Based on the theme found in Genesis 2, they are bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Shalom. Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Very wise question. Very wise question.
Yeah, well, I got a question, man. I've had for a while. It came up while y'all were talking. This is Rashawn from Cincinnati.
Go ahead, brother.
Just had a question, like, was Eve the only life on earth that was not made from the earth?
Only life on earth that was not made from the earth. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But she's still made from the earth. I was just bringing a situation out that a lot of us read and don't consider. She's still made from Adam. And Adam is made from the dust. So if Adam is made from the dust, ain't she made from the dust? Absolutely. She was just made by that dust ribs. You feel what I'm saying? She was just made by that dust ribs. Adam is made by dust, dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And if she is made from Adam, then she made from dirt. She just made from Adam's ribs, and we just focused on the ribs. Those ribs still come from the dirt. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, but it brings me to think about like a fruit tree. I mean, like the roots are in the earth, and the roots probably were made from the earth. But the fruit was not. Like, you know what I mean? The fruit wasn't made from the dirt. It was made from the tree. You know what I'm saying? And like Adam was made from the dirt, but Eve was not.
The tree can't.
But everything else was made from the earth. Everything.
But the tree can't. Let me throw this in there. But the tree can't produce nothing without the dirt is in.
Right.
Without the tree being in that dirt, I bet you don't see no fruit. And if any of y'all ever did any garden, you know that's true. Without that fruit, without that tree being in that dirt, without you watering that tree ain't going to bring forth no fruit, is it?
Mm-mm.
No, it won't.
No, it's just sitting in the dirt from which it came.
Okay. All right.
So it needs that dirt. That dirt got to be activated to bring forth fruit.
Right.
And that's how Adam and Eve got their first two children, because those two out of dirt mingled with one another and they brought forth fruit. And that fruit come from the dirt.
Right. Anyway.
Because his daddy and his mama was dirt, or coming from the dirt.
Right.
Great question. Great question. Like I said, we are to consider, take advice, and speak our minds, and that's exactly what we're doing. Great comments and great questions. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hallelujah. This is Brother Eliakim. What's going on, brother?
Hallelujah. What's going on, my brother?
All right. I got a question. That was an interesting question I want to ask that the sister Dinah, I think is her name, brought up. So what does I don't have I forget what that book is called, where sometimes you refer to it to see what the Hebrew word say.
Concordance?
I don't know if it's a concordance, just that other the big one, the one that have to do with the Hebrew conversion and when you call out the numbers, like look at 39 or 33.
Yeah, that's the concordance. That's the concordance.
Okay, thank you. What term is it using to describe one in the case of speaking on these terms about woman coming from man? Or when man marry woman. That's it. When they become one, what does it say in that instance? Because it's a matter of the spirit and commitment, like you said. That's the way I'm saying it anyway.
Well, I'm not looking in the concordance, but I guess you're referring to the 24th verse again?
Yes, I guess it would be, because based on what I'm saying, I wouldn't know whether it was the 24th verse or the 22nd, actually, but I'm just saying that based on the woman and the man becoming one, in that particular verse, whatever that verse is, what is the concordance describing for that particular verse? Because, there's many words can say the same thing, but they don't mean the same thing in the different instances. You know what I'm saying?
Well, as far as what I can see right now, dealing with the 24th verse, the last sentence says, and they shall be one flesh. Mm-hmm. They give a definition found in the Hebrew concordance under 1320.
Okay.
And that denotes flesh. And let me see what it says right quick. Let me turn there real quick.
Thank you.
So at least gives us a definition of this particular flesh in that verse.
Thank you.
1320 is the number that can be found in the Strong's Concordance. Okay. There's a Strong's Concordance. There's a Young, Young Concordance, and there's one more. I think I have 3 different concordance. So you don't have to use just the Strong's Concordance. You can also use the Young's Concordance.
All right.
And those are good books to have in your study, that we use them for study purposes.
Yeah, thank you. I think I got one years ago. I think it was a Brown or something.
Yeah, it might be a Brown, too. I know it's 3 different concordance. I got 3 of them.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just looking in my Bible. I'm looking under 13:20 to deal with flesh. That one flesh, give us an idea of what that flesh denotes.
Okay.
And it tells us under 13:20, Basar. Basar is the Hebrew word Basar. It denotes flesh. Freshness denote body, person. A masculine noun whose basic meaning is flesh. The basic meaning of frequently observed in the Old Testament, especially in the literature concerning sacrificial practices and skin disease. So it let you know that flesh is talking about a particular body, because the skin disease was talking about on the body in the book of Leviticus. It says it also is used for an animal body, the human body, the penis, blood relations, and human faculty. This word is further used in the phrase kol, K-O-L, basar, meaning all flesh, to indicate all living beings. So in saying that, it just gave us a correct definition of flesh, and it's dealing with the entire body. It's dealing with the body of a man.
And that is like you got 12 men in the same room. Each one of those men is basar.
Yeah, each one of those men are flesh.
Right. So once they take on the wife of their youth, she is not available to the other basars.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely
she
not.
becomes part of that one particular key element, that particular basar, or that particular piece of earth. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's why she don't supposed to have 2 or 3 opinions.
Exactly.
It's only supposed to be one opinion. Everything that Sarah did was for the house of Abraham. Even lying, even saying that he my brother. Everything she possibly ever did was for
the body.
Was for Abraham.
That's right. That's what I was asking, and thank you for doing that. And that inspired me to hunt through this house for that concordance. So thank you, brother. Shalom.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Great question, bro.
Yeah, brother. You said in opinions. I like the way you put that. That really is. That's really profound right there. One opinion. That's good.
And that's why we find the term the wife of thy youth. The wife of thy youth is special. That is something, and a lot of people don't take heed to wisdom. The wife of thy youth is a gift from the Most High. Right. See, a lot of people don't understand that.
Hallelujah.
You know, a lot of people don't understand those things. The wife of thy youth. Now, she might need some help, and that's what happened with Hagar. That's what happened with Leah and people like Rachel, people like that. They might need some help to bring forth what they trying to do for that man in that house. So he legally take on help. And I said legally. He didn't just go lay with some other woman. He married that woman to be that helpmate for his wife. And what did Abraham say to Hagar? To let you know that Sarah is still the wife of his youth. What did Abraham say to Hagar?
She is yours.
He told her, do what you want with your woman.
Do what you want with her. That's right.
Yep. Do what you will with her.
He let us know that the authority that she got, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
He let us know that you the wife of my youth.
Right.
You the wife of my youth. If you give me that woman, it's only because you trying to help me in my house. Without a son, my house don't grow. Say that again. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
And Sarah was saying it's your fault because you put her in the position she's in now as my slave even. She's treating me rotten. She's being mean to me. And he said, she's yours. Do what you want to do with her. And that's when she went off. And she had been impregnated. The whole story is coming back as I talk. But she said it's your fault. The whole thing is your fault. And all right. And I wonder how
what you were trying to bring forth.
I get it now.
Well, what you was trying to bring forth is you agreeing with what we're saying.
Yes.
Abraham acknowledges that Sarah is the wife of his youth,
yes.
even though it took her 90 years to produce a baby. You were still the wife of my youth. You is the woman that Yahweh gifted me with. So I ain't getting rid of you. Even if you can't get me no children, I ain't said one word about getting rid of you. Right. You are worried about my house, me being the husband, to where you humble yourself and say, look, take my servant, marry her, lay with her, and have a baby in my name, my baby, because you already got a baby from her. You already had a baby from her. You had Isaac. So the Almighty said, even Abraham was cool with Isaac, but the Almighty ain't cool with Isaac. That is not my plan. My plan is to have a youth out of your lions, out of this old lady that you don't understand that I can bring the youth from. Yes. And we got that miracle story where this 90-year-old lady had a child. That's Isaac's mother.
That's right.
And people don't. What do you? Well, let me put it this way. So now Abraham have 2 wives. He has 10 wives or 20 wives. It doesn't make a difference. And it's kind of ridiculous to think that he could divorce any one of them, like maybe number 12. You know what I'm saying? And then the other thing would be, the Creator is the one that honored Sarah's decision, because even in honoring Sarah and Abraham, because she was doing it for the body, like you said, Basar of Abraham, which she is one with. And that was honored because even the wife that he took, that she gave him, was taken care of. The Creator looked out for her too.
That's right, and her child.
Not just the Creator, the Father. Don't forget, this ain't done in deceit. This done in righteousness. Right. So he left inheritance and all that for them. He ain't just throw them away.
Right, that's what I was getting at.
No, he didn't just hold on, sister. Hold on. He didn't just throw them away in the sense of a divorce or a sense of alienation. He sent them away because the anointed, which is Isaac, had to be by himself. See, the anointed is by itself. The Almighty let them know. The Almighty let them know that yes, Ishmael is your son, and I'm gonna give Ishmael 12 princes and all that. But my covenant is with that child coming out of Sarah. So that's why they set apart. That's why they sent away.
But the Most High didn't tell them to do that, though. The Most High didn't say send her away, right? The Most High said, that was Sarah's, thing that was going on between Sarah and her. And then she said put her away, but Abraham, he wasn't easy with it. And then the Most High to tell him, What? Listen to your wife. But
so that lets you know that Abraham was in love with Ishmael. Abraham was in love with his first son.
Right. I mean, they didn't say all that, but I mean, that's not written. But I mean, we can infer that. But the thing is, if we're saying that Hagar was a wife, she became one with him, like mentioned in the earlier part of Genesis. If they two became one, this is what I'm saying. It doesn't appear to them they became one. He was one with Sarah. That's the reason why the Most High said, listen to your wife. Hagar was the concubine. She was there for the service of Sarah. And as a servant, Sarah said, here, I need you to bring forth a seed with my husband. That's your service. It wasn't like they became one. I don't see that happening.
Again, the one
for him to put her out.
Again, the one is dealing with the flesh, and when you brought forth that child was brought forth for the one. The child didn't become somebody else's child. The child became Abraham's child, his first child, to the extent that he looked at that child like if it was coming from Sarah, to where he was cool with the woman bringing forth Ishmael. But the Almighty let him know his plan. And his plan was not the child from Hagar to be with, that his covenant will be with, but my covenant will be with the child, or will be with the child that come from the wife of thy youth. And that's all it is. And the wife of thy youth was Sarah. So even though Hagar had a baby before you, that was not the baby selected. And that was not the baby coming from the wife of his youth. The wife of his youth is Sarah.
Right.
Yes.
So I take that back by saying she was his wife.
I mean, those are good questions, and maybe I need to do another presentation on marriage, because the last few questions have been all on marriage. We just did a presentation on vows and plagues, and I need to ask some questions and make sure y'all understood this particular subject matter. It seems like you got that marriage part, and we can bring that up again and do a presentation on that. But what do you think about the information we brought out dealing with vows and plagues? How we find ourselves in pawn shops, how we lose our homes, and all these things under this title, under this term.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely
excellent, because I've lived it. And usury, definitely they put that on there, and you'll lose whatever it was.
Yeah.
If you can't pay that when they said it'll be paid, or they'll take your car payment up from like $200 whatever to $600 next month, and from now on, it's crazy. It's crazy. But
and they knew you couldn't pay for the 200, so they definitely know you ain't gonna pay for the 6. Next thing you know, they done took your car. Next thing you know, you done lost your house. Next thing you know, you done lost whatever you pawned and all that. It is a work. It is an affliction against the poor. That's what that is. And we just read statutes of life that is against that. The statutes of life is against that. The statutes of life is against loaning your brother money for interest. The statutes of life is against you plaguing the little stuff you got for a loan that you need. The Almighty is against that. And it is evil, and it is prevalent prevalent among us today, because we're not under the covenant of the law. We're not in our land, and we find ourselves among the enemy. So their ways are not equal, but Yahweh's way is equal.
Right.
Praise God for the dump truck that was clean. That was beautiful.
Hold on. 4 people talking at the same time. One at a time, please.
All I was saying was the dump truck example that you used was perfect, beautiful.
And I gave that years ago. And Brother Alicia class, there was Moray there, and Moray Daniel there. And neither one of them could answer that question. But the Almighty allowed me to answer it, just like I showed today using a dump truck. And that's all it's talking about when it talk about pledging someone's life.
That's my life. That's my life.
You have pledged my life. You are willing to take everything that I have just for this little loan. And in the back of your evil mind, you hope I can't come up with the money. That way you keep my loan. I mean, you keep what I pledge or what I put up.
That's right. Yeah. Oh,
these people, they'll hurry up and give you that little money, hoping like hell you don't come back. They'll hurry up and give you that little money you need so bad, hoping like hell you don't come back, get your wedding ring, get your whatever it is, your pawn. They hoping like heck you don't come back and get it.
Exactly.
They is not giving you that money, hoping that you hurry up and bring their money. No. These are institutions set up to afflict the poor.
Exactly.
Yes, indeed, especially since we don't help our brothers and sisters no more.
Absolutely. See, because we ain't got nothing to loan to our brothers and sisters, so I'm talking against these institutions. I'm talking against these institutions because we find ourselves in their land. But if we found ourselves in our land, I would be talking about my brothers and sisters.
Right.
That's what they do.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why we were supposed to be in our own land, like you said.
That's right. That's it.
Absolutely. And if we was in our own land, we would be able to apply the statutes of life. But we show testimonies. Even in our own land, our fathers forsook those great statutes of life.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
They was taking the women raiment. They was taking the men's neither and upper millstone. They was taking the dump truck. They was taking the jewelry. They was taking whatever they could take for you to borrow whatever you needed in your time of affliction and oppression, in your times of poverty.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. When Joseph was taking all that stuff when they was in the famine, and they was selling everything.
Right.
So it also makes a distinction between the laws of Yahweh and the laws of man.
Definitely.
You know, the laws of man is common. The laws of Yahweh is holy. It is consecrated. And when you take anything holy and apply it among the common, it is profane. Anything. Right. And that's what I try to tell our brothers and sisters that talk about the Sabbath. You keep talking about something that's holy, but you got it and you're doing it among the common. Well, look up the word profanement. It will allow you to know that which is holy is profane when it is done among the common.
Woo. Speak on it, yes. Hallelujah. That's the truth.
So all these holy things we talk about, if our brothers and sisters say they're doing them today, they are profane because they're being done among the unholy. It is being done among the common man.
Yes. Why can't they understand this? Oh, my goodness.
Because that ain't what's been taught to us. We've been taught that we are holy wherever we at. We've been taught that we're supposed to keep the laws in all our dwellings. That's why they won't understand. Because they ain't been taught to understand.
And we're not even holy right now. I'm like, what in the world?
How could you be holy If you was holy, you would be profane because you execute your holiness among the common man. If you among the common man, you are profaned. And we are profaned today. We are profaned today. It says that in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, the 21st verse, when they went into the enemy's land, they profaned my name. How could they profane my name? Because they are profaned. You ain't holy. You ain't holy in captivity.
Let me ask you a question, Elder. When, let's say when a woman was on her cycle or somebody was, say, a leper and they was put out the camp temporary, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was they over there keeping the Shabbat?
Yep.
Was they over there keeping the Shabbat?
Yeah, when they was put out. Were they still keeping the Sabbath when they were over there?
They possibly could. They was
really?
defiled, but they possibly could have in their several house or something like that. They could still not been working. They could still not been speaking their own words and things like that. They just defiled.
Right.
Yeah, they just defiled.
I mean,
they wouldn't be honoring. They wouldn't be honoring the Sabbath as holy because they are defiled. But the Almighty has. But the Almighty has stipulations telling us what to do when we are defiled. It's not saying that you cut off. Long as you doing what the Almighty said, you ain't cut off. You just ain't among the congregation keeping the Sabbath day. No, you're not among the congregation because you're in the several house somewhere.
You're unclean. Because you're unclean.
Yeah, because you're unclean. But you're still in the land. You're still in the land. You're still in the land under the covenant of the law. You just can't keep the Sabbath like the rest of the people because of your defilement. That's it. Once your defilement is over, you back under the law and you back among the people.
Yes, I understand that. I just never seen an example where somebody, say, had leprosy or they was during the cycle or something and they were unclean. Then they could not come amongst the clean and the holy things. They had to be set apart. They had to be separate from the holy things. So I can't see how someone that's in an unclean state can keep the feast days or the holy days. I haven't seen any examples, but it doesn't seem to, it seems like there's a reason why they got put out of the camp. They couldn't be in the congregation during that time. Just like if the priest or somebody, if you touch a dead body, right, then you could not go to basically keep the holy day until that time was up.
Absolutely. Until you do the rites thereof and you are clean. So you are set aside from those things. What I was saying, and I stated that they were not among the holy. They were not among the holy, keeping no Sabbath, no feast days or nothing. I said with them being in their several house or with them being wherever the Almighty put them at, they could have still not worked. They could have still, wherever they was at, pray and all that. The Sabbath was to not do any servile work on the seventh day and not to speak your own words and do your own thing. That was the laws of the Sabbath, and not to defile it. Well, you already unclean. If you came among the people, then you would defile it. So the Almighty gave you rules to go wherever you're supposed to be, in your house or whatever, doing your uncleanness. After your days of separation, then you come back, you do your ritual, and then you are clean. You right back with the group. Another good example of that is when Miriam was smitten with leprosy for 7 days. Well, the camp did not move for 7 days until Miriam became clean. Once Miriam became clean, the scripture tells us that the camp moved. So they waited on a sister, even though she was unclean. And she was unclean by the punishment of Yahweh. But after the punishment was over, and before the punishment was over, the people stood still. They waited on their sister to become clean. Once she became clean, the camp moved forward.
Yeah, because I can't understand why anybody would keep the holy things and they being defiled. That's just like, it just,
Well, we all was doing it. We all was doing it before we got taught better. We all was doing it. We all thought in a delusional mind that we was holy. When we was dirty, we was going home, fussing and fighting and everything else. But at class, they taught us that we was holy. So while we was in that class for those days, we automatically thought we was holy. We thought we was holier than thou. We was holier than our brothers and sisters that wasn't in the class. But now we have been learnt and taught better that we know that we're not holy today. That we have never been holy in the enemy's land. Never.
Yeah.
You became holy. You became holy once Yahweh redeemed you out of the enemy's land. Not before.
Hallelujah.
Brother Shemuel, may I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Deuteronomy 28, verse 12, verse 29, verse 43, and verse 44. That is relevant today. That is a condition we are in today. It's describing it. And if you want me to read them, I can.
You can read them if you like, or continue with your conversation. Just continue with your conversation.
Well, that is something that, based on what I'm listening to, everybody's describing exactly those verses. The reason why they're relevant today. It's unmistakably so.
So what is the gist of those scriptures? Just put them together.
Everybody was just pointing out. Like, for example,
that we're not holy.
Exactly. And I'm going to read the reason why.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So, for 12, Deuteronomy 28, and Yah shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. Thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow.
Right.
We ain't under that condition.
29.
And it says in verse 29, give me a second here. Okay, now 29, and thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways of self-righteousness, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee. And then 43 and 44, it says, the stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. In this condition, being scattered all over the earth, I could keep going, but anybody could read Deuteronomy 28 for themselves, and there's many things in there that pertain to what is happening to us today. We are still in that condition, which means that even though there was an exodus, even though that has happened, the conditions of what the Creator spoke are still going on today, even though that particular part of the situation has passed. And as a result, until that day that we are waiting for comes, this is all we got. This is all we got, unless something is about to happen, which I think is, with signs in the heavens and things. But then again, I don't really talk about it because people, might think I'm crazy. So, but it doesn't matter. It's just things are happening, and I'll leave it at that. But if you don't, we can argue about it, we can accept it, we can whatever, but it's there, and do it relate to now. That's because I say the word of our Creator never ceases. So whatever curses He spoke of, they still can happen. They still can happen. Regardless of man's time, He's beyond time. So His word travels throughout time. It doesn't matter what our time is. It's gonna stand no matter what century we talking about, what millennium we talking about. If He spoke it to His people ain't changed. They're the same. So they mixed up. They don't know because we grew up around in darkness and blindness, like somebody that can't see in our own way. In our own ways. So that I thought I would bring that out because it jumped out at me, and I wanted to, throw that out at you as a consideration.
Excellent.
Yeah. So all the brother was establishing is after the 12th verse of Deuteronomy 28, it allows us to know that the people will be under the curses instead of the blessings. And that's what we all find ourselves under today until we are redeemed from the four corners of the earth and brought back under the bond of the covenant. So until that day, we are all unholy and unclean.
That's
and
right.
I couldn't say it any better. Thank you, brother.
So
any other comments or questions? Go ahead, sister.
I have one last question, and that is, as long as we are unclean, and we are, I understand that, the moment and nothing that we've done prior to turning to Maya and living of life, choosing life like He told us, the moment we do that, then we will live. How long? How long is this life that we will live after we've turned and we're doing right?
Well, the only one that had that answer is the Almighty. According to wisdom, there's none that can tell you what will you receive or what will come after you. Right. So there is no answer to that. I think the Almighty will have to answer that for you. But please take note of what you are asking. You saying a person in an unholy and defiled state start fearing Yahweh and depart from evil. Yes. Because evil is the things that Yahweh told us not to do. Evil is the things that we read about today. So a person stop being evil. A person stop sinning. The Almighty said, shall he die? And the answer was, no, he shall not die. So all that is telling us, he going to die. They all died. I haven't found no men in here that didn't die besides those that Yahweh took with him or took away. But it allows us to know that we all going to die. So the answer to your question, the best way I will be able to answer that is that he allow you to live your days. That is the gift. If we read in the book of Ecclesiastes, the gift that Yahweh has given to man is life, is to enjoy his labor and live out his days. And those days are only in the hand of Yahweh.
That's it.
It tells us how old Abraham was. It tells us how old Isaac was. It tells us how old Jacob was. It tells us how old Noah was.
What about Enoch?
It allows us to know, Enoch also, but it allows us to know that the Almighty allows you to live out your days. 365 years is a long time. That's Enoch. 365 years is a long time. I can't even wrap my mind around it. When we died at 25 and 35 and 45, I can't even wrap my mind around 365 years.
Exactly.
What you talking about? It was 930 years for some of them.
That's what I'm saying. I was just responding. Responding to the sister when she said Enoch. Because here I am. I'm not even 65 yet. I'm 63. But Enoch still had 3 more hundred years to live. Can you imagine that?
That's amazing. Yeah, and some of them brothers, they didn't have
300 more years. Not 3 more days or 3 more months, but 300 more years. I can't even fathom that.
I wish some days would come back again.
You wish it would?
Say that again.
I said, I wish those days would come back
again.
Those days.
Well, the Almighty promised that those days will come back. If we remember what is read in Isaiah 62 and 63, it talks about that the men, the old men and the young men should live out their days. And that is the key. That is the promise. That is the gift. It don't tell us how many days. But it allows us, as a matter of fact, it do speak a little bit about living 100 years or something like that, but it don't really give each and every individual the time limit that they will actually live. But it do promise us that we will be able to live out our days. No more the old man not living out all his days. No more miscarriages. No more the young man won't live to be 100 years old. So allowing us to know, it's giving us an idea of how long we possibly will live. And today, ain't too many of us living no 100 years old.
No, that's right.
I was just considering that, too, because it's like a couple of days ago, just pondering these things, the Ancient of Days, they literally had people that had been living for hundreds of years who they called Ancient of Days. Because there were other people who were being born all the time, and those had the people who had many people who were still living before the flood. You know what I mean? So that's amazing. That's amazing. And it says a man at 100 years old would be considered a baby.
Woo! Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I guess you would if you was living to be 960 years old. Anybody under that would be a baby.
Yeah, like a pea in a pot.
But to answer my sister's question, Sister Renee, it allows us to know it just the promise that we look for is to fulfill our days, to live out our days. That's what we look for. We don't know the date, and we don't even really care the date. See, that's another thing that our people is not considering. Yahweh is your creator.
That's right.
Yahweh is the one that put you on the earth. When he put you on the earth, was it perfect or was it mediocre? Was it perfect or mediocre?
It was perfect in the beginning.
Well, when he take you away, is it perfect or mediocre?
It's perfect, bro.
So if it's 50, it is perfect. And you got to remember. You got to remember what Yahweh said. He said he will even take people away where they don't see the evil that he's going to bring up on the earth. Now, he stopped your days. He stopped your days where you won't see the evil that he put on the earth. And we're going to say, hey, that's too early.
That's what the people alive left. Yeah.
Today, leaning on our own understanding, we'll say, oh, that's too early. No, the Almighty took you away for a reason. And he is the only one that can take you away. You can't even keep yourself alive if he don't want you to.
That's right. Allow Yah.
So we are grateful. We are grateful for every day because that's another day that he allowed you to fulfill your days.
There you go.
And in his hands.
Praise
God. We got people that we thought was way more righteous than us, and they've been dead.
That's right.
Yeah.
But the Almighty spared you. Why?
Praise God. Praise God.
We don't want to sit around and question the Almighty doing. His will is good. We the one in darkness. We just want to ride with whatever He say and do.
Hey, thank you for that, brother. That was great. Thank you.
Indeed.
I love God.
Is there any other comments or questions before we end the presentation? That way I can get the sum on this one. Is there any other comments or questions?
Brother Samuel, shalom.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a very quick one because I know you're ready to go.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Leprosy. I have a question about that. I was reading this last night, and I was kind of confused because it says that Miriam was cursed with leprosy, correct?
Absolutely.
But then in Leviticus 13:13, it was saying that once the people had turned white from head to toe, that they were cured. So it's like, I'm confused. Was leprosy being white a curse, or was it sometimes a cure? It was confusing when I read that.
Well, I don't know, and I'm not going to assume that you were under the same teachings that I was under, but I was taught that leprosy denoted the mark of Cain, and I was taught that leprosy denotes white people. And I had a problem with that when I studied the book of Leviticus, the holiest book in our Bible. And when I studied the book of Leviticus and seen that the Almighty had a formula in there to heal one with leprosy, and it denoted that when the Levites have leprosy, what they were to do, it really bothered my mind, because based on what I was being taught and what I just read, that means that Israel was white. That means our Levites was white, and I refused to believe that. So I kept studying, and what I found out in my study is that the Almighty is allowing us to know the formula when one is made clean. So if you had if it had a red speck or something like that in it, then it was still considered it was still considered unclean. Well, what considered it being clean was when you seen the white part of the flesh. That is denoted as a baby flesh, how the baby looked when he first come out the womb. That's what it denotes. So it wasn't talking about a person being white, so to speak, but the leprosy being white. And with it being white, it denoted that that person was clean. It does not talk about, or nor does it denote a nationality of a person. A disease did not turn you to a Japanese. The disease did not turn you to a Russian. The disease did not turn you to a European. The disease afflicted your skin. And once you was healed, your skin turned back to its natural color. So you wasn't around your face white like a white man and your body like a black man. No, it is a disease. That's it.
True.
But we was taught.
I have a problem with that.
But hold on, brother. But we was taught that leprosy denoted the white man. Leprosy denoted the mark that was put on Cain. So a lot of people thought that leprosy is what brought forth white people. And I have taught for many years. All you got to do is go to these institutions. We got them still here. We got them some in the United States right now. You can go to these houses where the lepers in them are housed, and you will see that it is not just a white person. You're going to find Japanese, you're going to find blacks, you're going to find whites, whoever smitten with this skin disease. So the skin disease did not make the person. Right. The person got a skin disease that could be cured. And we have instructions in the book of Leviticus how to be cured, even if it was a Levite. And we know that none of the sons of Levi was white, none of them. So that white got to denote something else other than a skin color for a man.
I don't know why they would put that there then.
You know,
say that again, sister.
I just don't understand why they would put that there, because that would seem like that would take some people there and say, well, see, yeah, they were white people. The Israelites were white people because it turned all white. They're clean.
Well, you absolutely correct, because as I stated, those things you just said, I was taught those things. I was taught those things maybe by the misunderstanding of those verses being there. But right now, I find myself in Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter, where it speaks about leprosy, and it speaks about Miriam. And it says in the 8th verse, it says, take heed in the plague. It's a plague. It's a plague, that it's a disease of leprosy, that thou observe diligently and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, shall teach you. So allow us to know that there is a way to be healed by this leprosy, from this leprosy. As I commanded them, so shall you observe to do. Remember what Yahweh thy Elohim did unto Miriam. Wasn't Miriam Moses and Aaron's sister?
Yes.
Wasn't Aaron and Moses black?
Yes.
Well, his sister had to be black until she became a leper. She had to be black. She's just a black sister. She's just a black sister with the skin disease. That's all it is. She's a black sister. She got disease, and the Almighty put her out the camp for 7 days. They waited on their sister. They didn't wait on their sister to turn back to a black woman. They waited on their sister to be cleansed from the leprosy.
Right.
What wasn't certain? This is Brother Yamin. Wasn't certain cases of leprosy contagious as well?
All of it is denoted contagious. That's why you were set apart.
Right.
It is a disease, and it could have flame up and all that. All that was considered a defilement, a disease. So you were set apart. It was contagious.
Yellow hair in it.
Yeah, that one
another. Let me say this also, sister, for St. Louis. Remember, when you read in the book of Leviticus dealing with leprosy, a good way to refute that leprosy had nothing to do with making a nationality or changing a man's complete skin color. Don't forget what else could be afflicted by leprosy. Did it not say items in your house? Do you remember reading that, sister?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that right there should let you know. That right there.
Things in your house.
That there should let you know that leprosy was just a disease. It wasn't a disease just for the skin and that would turn a man white, but it was a disease that could also be contagious in your house, like mold or something like that. So I'm just trying to show you that leprosy was a disease and not something that made another nationality or nothing like that. It's a disease.
I never thought it was. I always thought it was a disease. I just couldn't understand why they would make it, when they say it made it clean, that the skin turned white, like that made it clean. That could confuse people, to me.
Kind of like if you fall and scrape your knee, how that white skin be when it's healing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What was that verse that you said that about when it turned white?
That was Leviticus 13:13.
Oh, okay.
When they was turned back white and turned all white from head to toe, and they were considered clean. I'm like, what?
And don't forget Samuel, 2 Samuel with Naaman, the experience where the man of Yah cursed the little dude, and he was his servant because he went out and he wanted to obtain. And I use that as a reference also. All these things, from my opinion, point to it is a disease. And I'm not saying that there weren't other white people already, but there is a group of white people out there that are healed, who are of Israel, who, from me, from head to toe, from my understanding, would have retained the curse, because the curse was forever, that they would be white like snow, just like Moses' hand was turned white like leprosy, just like Miriam was turned white like leprosy. So it describes that to have white skin. As a matter of fact, I read something historical that in African cultures, or what they call Africa today, that when they had white babies, it terrified them, because they considered a white baby to be like a sign of death. So whiteness was not something that was considered healthy, apparently. And even by our creative standards, that is a point to recognize, is that apparently the white, and obviously that would make sense why so many the elderly white folks who have stolen records would be so hateful toward dark-skinned people, because they might be of those people and they know the history. And so they wrote a lot of these pages and influenced them. So there would be confusion in there, and that's just something that, we just all have to wrestle with on our own and trust in Yah and just be peaceful about it, because it's no way for us to really know other than what we have written before us, So that's just my little 2-cent opinion. But that's how I deal with it. I look at what happened to Miriam. I look at what happened to Moses when he had to go get the people out and he didn't have the courage. Creator gave him leprosy on his hand when he stuck it in his chest. Then he told him to pull it out. And it frightened him. And he pulled it out. Well, he wouldn't have been frightened if his hand was already white.
Right.
And nobody would have been freaking out over Miriam if she was already white. And besides that, we know this about Yah, in my opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. When Yah make an entrance, he make an entrance. When he make a point, he make a point. He don't be diddling around with shades and tones. He gonna hit you with something that makes your eyes pop. That's how I look at it. So I'm grateful for it, but that's just my opinion. I'm no authority on it. I just, that's just the way I wrestled with that too, and that was what I came up with. So, praise to you.
The white, the leprosy is a real white. Like, white people is not that color that the white on the leprosy would be.
Now, most white people is a pink. Most white people is pink, reddish white. I ain't seen no man, and if I do, I'm gonna run. I ain't seen no man as white as my sheet of paper. As this sheet of paper in front of me, this sheet of paper in front of me that is white. I have never seen a man look this color. Never.
Right.
Even the albinos. Even the albinos.
Even albino ain't white like this sheet of paper.
Yeah,
they're not even white as this sheet of paper.
I'll be scared to see the Casper.
But
I seen one at 3 a.m. It freaked me out.
But the point that we need to take heed to, because it told us to take heed to the plague of leprosy that was put on Miriam. This plague was none other than a skin disease. It is denoted as a skin disease. She was afflicted by it, and with these rites and statues that we find in the book of Leviticus, The priest is known as physicians. They are playing the part of a physician, a doctor. When they tell you what you have to do, when they diagnose you, if you got it or not, they are playing the role of a doctor because their patient, whoever it is, have a skin disease.
Well,
we can run with that as far as we want. But the main point that we find in the scriptures, it says, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. So the words of the law that we find in the book of Leviticus denotes a skin disease, and it denotes the priest as the physician. And they are the ones that have been spiritually endowed to allow you to know if you are clean or unclean.
And they were waiting on Yah to move, and they weren't the ones that was actually healing people. They were the ones
it's the Almighty that do the healing, but they get healed by obeying the rights. See, the Almighty give the diagnose, and he tell you how to be healed. So it's just like taking your cough syrup and all that. If you obey it, then you took your cough syrup and did this, that, and another, and you became healed. The cough syrup and all that is you obeying what the priest says.
Right.
Because you're not going to get healed without that.
Allow you.
Based on the law, you won't get healed without doing what the priest command you.
We without one now.
Is there any other comments or questions? And that was the law of leprosy. We're not under the law. So these laws don't even apply to us today. So we can look at all the white men we want because these laws don't apply to us today. This is for the Israelites under the covenant of the law in their land dealing with the plague of leprosy. We can't go no farther than that.
So just to close out on that, with my final comment on that is that, again, we're dealing with a language that plays on words. So when you say white or when you say black, we know doggone well that when you look in the mirror, 9 times out of 10, you ain't looking at black. Same with them. When you say white, 9 times out of 10, they ain't looking in the mirror at white. So there's a lackadaisical expression or a lazy way of expressing things until it's time to make a point. Then everybody want to get specific as if we really know, but we don't. Because, again, we're not speaking our language, which the Hebrew, the true language of Yah was alive that they had. I mean, it spoke about actions. It defined things in a way that there could be no mistaking about what it meant. Now we have to stumble around in the dark, just like it says in Deuteronomy 28. We stumbling around in the dark, groping and trying to find our way, which we all accept. We understand that. But I'm just saying it's something to consider when we are considering these things so that we don't, become inflamed with, a kind of fire that ain't healthy.
Well, like you said, that only comes when we try to compare what we know today with what is written. What is written is antiquity. What we compare today is present. But one thing I always say, they that forget history shall repeat it. We can search other people's history. We ain't got to search the Israelite history. Search nor the white man history. Search other people's history. For the white man and the Israelite was not the only two people in the earth that received leprosy. And if you search other history, you will find that they even denote among their times, their traditions, their customs, that it is a skin disease.
Right.
All the way to the day.
It is.
All the way to the day. So we can go in other people's culture in the latter time and still see this skin disease. It's nothing new under the sun.
No argument there.
Right.
Absolutely. No argument.
Is there any other comments or questions dealing with these vows and plagues?
I don't have a question about that, but I have one of something else.
Go ahead, sister.
Okay, I have a question about a brother that used to go to the one of the camps in New York, they were saying that they didn't want to change their name to Yisrael or Yasharon because it would alert the enemies to you being a true person of Yah. Now, I find that to be very ridiculous because I know Yah had spoke something out that when he poured his spirit out on his people in the last days, that we would start naming ourselves Yisrael and Yasharon. And what I was thinking is that when Yah speaks something out, it's definitely going to happen. So it's like he's speaking a prophecy out of his own mouth. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But I thought that was kind of foolish for a man to listen to a teacher telling them not to surname themselves because the enemy would know, and then, you know, they would know that you are chosen from Yah. I thought that was
because you changed your name, don't make you a chosen from Yah. And the reason I can easily say that is because look how many people that act like they chosen and they call the Almighty many names. They done changed their name, but they don't know the name of the Most High, but they done changed their name. And the chapter that I think you are referring to is Isaiah 44. And Isaiah 44 is not dealing with the last days. Isaiah is dealing with the people before and during going into Babylon. So there is a lot of things that transpired once the children of Israel came out of Babylon. And that is the things that is found in Isaiah 44. That is the same things that are found in Isaiah 43 when it says, you are my witnesses, when it told you to bring forth the nations and gather them together and let the people assemble who among them can declare this and show us former things and let them bring forth their witnesses that they may be justified, or let them hear and say it is truth. So this is not talking about the last days. This is talking about the days of the Israelites during the time of Isaiah prophecies. These things came to pass after the Israelites came up out of Babylon. We were his witnesses. There was none that was able to tell the end to the beginning but Yahweh. And the end to the beginning was shown by way of us coming up out of Babylon. So the first thing I want to admit is that they have read, whoever taken it that way, have read Isaiah 44 wrong. It's not, I heard you say that they said the last days. This is not dealing with the last days. This is dealing with the children of Israel before they went and during the Babylonian captivity, during Isaiah prophecy. We find Isaiah talking to King Hezekiah and all them. So when Isaiah was talking, this was during the reign of Hezekiah and people like that. So you got to read these things according to time and place. That's how we easily throw things out the window that really mean a lot. If we call ourselves Israel today, there's many of us that call ourselves Israel. The white man don't know that. The ones that your brothers is talking about in New York are the ones that go to the white man and change their name. And we done had teachers telling us to do that. Go downtown, change your name. Well, them would be the only people that they would have a record on. That don't tell them that is the chosen. It just tells them that these people changed their name. They didn't want to be called after the slave master name no more. And another thing that we must take in consideration, and it will prove that these things were said before the children of Israel came out of captivity, was not the 3 Hebrew boys' name changed?
Yes.
No.
Changed by the king or,
Yeah, changed by their captors.
Yep.
All right. Well, based on that, could there be a time, according to Isaiah 44, the 3rd and 4th and 5th verse, where it reads, "For I will pour water upon him that is thirsty." Who was more thirsty than those that were in Babylon? "And floods upon dry ground. I will pour my spirit upon thy seed, and my blessing upon thy offsprings. And they, your seed, and your offsprings shall spring up as among the grass, as widows by the water courses. One shall say, I am Yahweh's, and another shall call himself by the name of Jacob." So all you done said was, I am Yahweh's, and another shall call his name by the name of Jacob, and another shall subscribe with his hands into Yahweh and surname himself by the name of Israel. So that's what happened. And many of the people that came out of Babylon reclaimed their names.
Mm-hmm.
And the greatest example that I will use, I can't show you the testimony, but the greatest example I will use is the 3 Hebrew boys that was renamed and called by Babylon. Well, if the prophecy of what Isaiah is saying is true, and the Almighty put a spirit on these people, well, those would be the people that changed their name back, wouldn't it? Those would be the people.
So did we surname ourselves prematurely?
No, you can name yourself. No, sister, you can name yourself whatever. But I'm talking about, as far as this particular prophecy found in Isaiah 44 will not come to pass today. It has not came to pass. So we just in our search and seeking Yahweh, we learn our names, and we take on these names to represent our Creator. You're not wrong for that, nor is you applying yourself to Isaiah 44.
Yeah, it was several scriptures that pertain to that. But I was just saying how some people, they seem like they have a spirit of fear about changing their name to Yisrael or Yasharon based on the oppressor. Like, they would much rather keep their name than to go ahead and change their name, which to me, it just sounds kind of crazy to me that they would listen to the teacher say, well, don't change your name.
It's no different with all the knowledge that I have. It's no different than me calling myself Israel Yehuda on Facebook. Me, and my name is Samuel, but calling myself Samuel Israel Appleton. My last name is Appleton. All my business is done in the name of Appleton. So it's no different. I got all the knowledge in the world, but I haven't dismissed Appleton because I know where I'm at and I know where I have to use that name. So using Appleton, just because I got some knowledge, don't make me wrong. Just because my father named me Samuel and I see Samuel in the Bible and I take on that name, that don't make me wrong. I still use Appleton because Appleton tells this government who I am and what belongs to me and what's supposed to go to my children and all that. If I put up another name, my children won't even be a recipient of what Appleton has. My 401k, my 401k and everything else will never make it to my children. Not if I have changed my name from Appleton and they don't, and they have no connect with Appleton, they receive nothing. That's what I say about when you go downtown to get married. Make sure you get married downtown, not in the closet, not just in a class, because if something happened to you, if your days are cut short, then your children will not be a recipient of nothing that you have. They got to show that they are kin of whatever name you use, or they got to show that they are the children of this marriage. And if you don't have no record of the marriage, because some people say don't go downtown and get married. That ain't getting married. You're not getting married with Yahweh if you go downtown. But I advise people to do so. That way if something happened to you, your children will get what belonged to them. But if you don't have a record of this marriage, those children won't get nothing.
That's right. They can't even go to Social Security or nothing.
Nothing. So it's a reason why we go downtown to get married. There's a reason why we hold on to our name, because of where we are at today. When the Almighty come and get us, we're going to have all the time in the world to drop that name. Whatever name you have when the Almighty come and get you. Whatever belief you have when the Almighty come get you, you get to drop all that. Don't forget, he said when he come and clean you up, he's going to clean you up from all your filthiness. And what was the filthiness? Idolatry and all that. So you're not going to be a visit and you being clean. When you visit, you're going to be dirty. I don't care what right things you got in your mind or might come out your mouth. When the Almighty come and visit us, we will be dirty.
Yeah.
That's going to shock the world.
Because of the fear. I see what the sister was saying, though, about how it was kind of strange how they were in fear. That was their motivation for not doing something. Like they were fearing the enemy. And that didn't make sense. If they trust and fear the Most High, and they felt like this is something that they were supposed to do, why did they, say, oh, because we didn't want them to know who we are? I saw a video today where they talk about Elon Musk telling the world that the true Israelites are like somebody was black. I was like, what? These people act like this is something new.
Yeah, Trump was saying that too.
That might be some target business right there.
Yeah, terrible.
Well, ain't nothing new. But again, the conversation is coming from Isaiah 44. And the conversation is coming. The conversation is coming from reading and understanding your scripture, not according to time and place. So ain't now one of them wrong. It's just what they choose to do based on what they read in Isaiah 44. But Isaiah 44 was talking to the people that was in the land under the covenant of the law.
Okay.
Not talking to a bunch of captives in America. Okay. Isaiah 44 is not talking to you and I.
All right, I got something else to say. It's Johanna again. I did change my name on all my legal documents and everything. But another thing too is your name that you were born in is never going to disappear as long as you got your paperwork. So there's no reason why if you have things that go to your children, they wouldn't be able to reap the benefits as long as they can show that your name was what it was when you were born. And I have that. I have my old name. I have my old birth certificate. I got my old Social Security card with my name that I was born. So I don't really see that really being a problem as long as you have your documents, in my opinion.
Okay, and in your opinion, it sounds like in your opinion, it sounds like you keeping all those documents with that slave name on there. It sounds like you ain't got rid of it. You just call yourself Yahweh. But you know in your pocket and in your purse what you call. You keeping it too. You know it so much that you're keeping it. But hold on, sister. Hold on. Let me give a testimony right quick. A lot of times when I say something, it's based on what I've seen or what I heard.
Okay.
I am a junior. Now, I'm not going to speak on all the paperwork, but let me show you what life will bring you.
Okay.
I am a junior. I am my only father's son. You want to know what I received when my father died at age 35?
Nothing.
Nothing. And I was his only son. And the man had some things to leave. And I and my sister received not even a hat of my father. So again, you better have record and know who you belong to. Because if you don't, the government runs that stuff. And the government will even take it. If they find that they don't have nobody to send it to, the government takes that stuff.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they love that.
Yeah.
And I am a witness that I received not a dime. And I am 63 years old now. That happened when I was 11.
Oh, wow.
So don't tell me what these government won't do dealing with paperwork and dealing with proving who your children is. Because if you can't, they ain't. They ain't going to prove it.
Well, getting back to what you said about me and my paperwork, I do have my paperwork from my name that I was born, but I also make no mistake about it. I definitely changed my name from that name I always hated it anyway. So it was no problem for me to change that whole entire name, and I got the paperwork for that as well. So
we heard you.
The whole records anyway.
We heard you. We heard you. We know you got all that paperwork. We know you got all that paperwork. And it's their paper. It's their paperwork, too. I bet you that. I bet you that the government name on that paperwork. So I know you're keeping your paperwork. That's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes we need it. Sometimes we really need it.
Yeah, because you never know. You just never know how these tricky people be tricking.
But far as your name, there's nothing wrong when you want to change it. There's nothing wrong when you want to change your name. There's nothing wrong with that.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Is there any other comments or questions before we close this presentation? It is almost 10 o'clock. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. In closing, we would just read a few words. Let's close with Psalms 66. We will close with Psalm 66. And I thank each and every one of you for your beautiful comments and questions. Psalm 66 in closing, please. And if you have any requests, inbox me. If you think of something that you would love for me to teach on, inbox me, and I will consider it, just like I did today. It tells us in Psalms 66. I'll read the whole Psalm. We'll close with Psalm 66. And it reads, for us all. Make a joyful noise unto Elohim. The whole world, it reads, all you lands. Sing forth the honor of his name. Make his praise glorious. Say unto Yahweh, how terrible art thou in thy works. Though the great goodness of thy power shall thy enemies submit themselves unto thee. All the earth shall worship thee, and shall sing unto thee. They shall sing to thy name, Selah. Come and see the works of Yahweh. He is terrible in his doings toward the children of men. He turned the sea into dry land. They went through the floods on foot. There did we rejoice in him. He ruled by his power forever. His eyes behold the nations. Let not the rebellious exalt themselves. Selah. Oh, bless our Elohim, you people, and make the voice of his praise to be heard, which holdeth our soul in life, and suffer not our feet to be moved. For thy, O Elohim, has proven us. Thou hast tried us, as silver is tried. Thou broughtest us into the net. Thou layest affliction upon our lions. Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water, but thou broughtest us out into a wealthy place. No, I or we will go into thy house with burnt offerings. We will pay our vows, which our lips have uttered, and our mouth has spoken, when we was in trouble. We will offer unto thee burnt sacrifices of fatlings with the incense of rams. We will offer bullocks with goats. Selah. Come and hear, all you that fear Yahweh, and we will declare what he hath done for our souls. We cried into him with our mouth, and he was extolled with our tongue. If we regarded iniquity in our hearts, Yahweh would not hear us. But verily, Yahweh hath heard us. He hath attended to the voice of our prayer. Blessed be Yahweh, which hath not turned away our prayers, nor his mercy from us. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom Israel.
Shalom, family.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom, family.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Thank you.